Hello everybody, today we're casting the finals of the Summer Invitation, well the round of 8, the semi-finals, quarterfinals and hopefully the finals of the 1v1 tournament. A whole bunch of work has gone into actually fixing the stream after the slight disaster that existed last time. But it's going to be me and Farms again today.
Well, that's try hard.
I know. But we are streaming now live to multiple platforms at the same time. All of the chat is now combined, and when we're in game, you'll be able to see which of us is talking. It should be working a lot better today, but if there is a problem, do let us know in the chat. We're just going to jump into the first game here. Which should be Blast versus Raylia on Twin Rivers. Absolute classic 1v1 map.
Let me get the map pool on with me. So, quarterfinals is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6.
Raylia is ready.
So there's 7 maps in total from the looks of it. And they both veto 2 maps, they both pick 2 maps, and then they veto down to the last map. I guess we kind of skipped that process for this game because we were in a bit late.
Okay, we're going to jump straight into the first game here. No faffing about. We've got Blast playing in a yellow UEF over here. He's going for a Land Factory 3P gens as his first build. And down here in the purple UEF, we've got Raylia. Just realized there's some feedback on the stream. I've got some feedback on the stream. I can hear myself. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I just realized we had a slight bit of feedback on the stream. I could hear myself talking, and that was terrible. So that is now fixed. Don't worry.
Let me like I will show, but no, I'm still waking up, dude. It's let's see, very aggressive start from Blast, going with a triple lab actually, and 2 scouts with it. That's I like to see that, especially as UEF, because the labs are so cheap. Raylia is doing none of that. Like unironically, on a map like Twin Rivers, if you're UEF, it kind of makes no sense not to even make a single lab, because they're just so cheap and easy to throw away. What?
Bargain labs. They're only 20 mass each, aren't they?
I don't know
30,
the exact
30
amount,
mass, something like that.
No, it's not necessarily. They're 30 mass. It's not necessarily the mass cost that is the big deal. It's the low build time as well. That's kind of what counts early on.
6
and
whole
it's kind
seconds.
It's kind of why with UEF labs, you don't always send a scout with them because they're kind of cheap to throw away, right? Interestingly enough, Blast sends all 3 labs to the same area. With micro, he should be able to beat this striker if he sees the engagement in time. But he didn't send a single lab to the top left where this engineer is expanding, which is like one of the classic areas to raid. Raylia did see the raid coming. He does have a response, but he has a second tank coming. But I feel like the labs will not get a lot done unless they're being very well microed, but it's kind of hard to dodge these tanks. Yeah, you see the striker, it did take half damage, but he already lost 1.5 lap basically. So the early rate is defended. However, it's not that bad for Blast. Like, It forces Raya to be defensive, and meanwhile Blast is just expanding himself because Raya make no raids of his own. So the expansion will be, well, it will be kind of similar time in the end. I guess it's a slight win for Raya early on.
So for those of us who don't play a lot of 1v1, this is a very classic map. Is there any kind of tips or things that usually happen on Twin Rivers here?
Well, early on, usually there's way more raiding than what is happening now. I mean, Blast made some raids, but he didn't really split them too well. It was more like a kind of like push raids. Like he wasn't trying to dodge the enemy units. He was trying to push straight through the defenses and kill the raiding expanding engineers. But it didn't really work. Usually there is. I mean, it's a pretty classic map. Eventually, you will see some transports to drop the islands on the sides, and maybe the back after that. And generally, there is gonna be some Tech 2 in a few minutes. And usually, it will end up in quite a lot of Tech 2 spam. And aside from that, it's just a kind of a classic land map where, you know, if it's wait, the lab is still alive at the bottom, and it's killed an engineer, right? Factory block. Yeah, it will kill it.
Another engineer.
That's a very good pickup. Kills the scout as well. So now Raya is a bit blind for a second. He can't see the lab anymore and might kill another engineer at the bottom. Like that denies those 2 maxes for at least a minute. So that's minus 120 mass.
The rare 3 scout 2 tank formation up here.
Nah. Yeah, just make some random units and then we'll fight. Oh shit, it's only scouts? Unlucky. Last should be able to defend this top expansion. Although, funnily enough, I think Raya could have broken through with those tanks, but he kind of sidestepped a bit, so wasted a little bit of time there. The lab at the back, did it get another kill of Raya? No, it's just killing a mech, so it will
Going
get
after
up.
this mechs down here.
What is relatively normal here, because of all these raids that are relatively easy to do this early on, is you would build factories at your 4-max expansions, even in the back. I mean, so if it gets raided, you... yeah, exactly. Like, he went for a quick PD, but I'm not really sure. Like, a PD is about as much build time as a factory, but the factory is kind of always better. Because, especially this early on, if it gets raided, you can rebuild it. But you also want to make some random engineers everywhere, because even though these aren't tree groups, there's still mass in them. And if you reclaim all the trees on your side, it's like 10 to 20k mass or something. Well, maybe not that much. Probably more like 5 to 10k mass. But it's still 5 to 10k mass.
So
just...
Chat notices there that Raylia managed to pick up all the mid-mass. That is about 1,200 mass of all those wrecks in the middle. He managed to get all of it, so greedy boy.
What do you mean Chad managed to point out? He just got it with his ACU. Are they seeing the future? They're 2 minutes behind.
Oh, yeah. Actually, he said he hadn't seen it yet, and I go and looked. They're predicting the future from 2 minutes. That's wild. That is actually wild. Raylia's going for a wall off in the bottom corner, but it's actually probably not going to work out if these tanks come in.
Yeah, Raya actually did not make a factory or PD in his expansion like Blast did, so it is vulnerable to this raid. There's only engineers there, so the raid will do quite a bit of damage. He did manage to get almost all the mid-mass from both sides, actually. Blast walked very late with his ACU. And there's already the transport drop happened on the top left from Raya. Plus, he may have done an aggressive drop in the back, or they might have just somehow snuck through.
I feel like they just walked through, honestly.
So if it wasn't for the fact that Raya didn't make a factory or PD at that bottom expansion that's now getting raided quite badly, I think he would be quite far ahead. I mean, he is ahead, because he will be able to secure one of the islands already, but this raid at the bottom, he's not focusing the maxes though, so... Guess he could have done a little bit more damage.
He is max. He must be max priority because they're prioritizing him over.
Okay.
Raylia with the stronger trans agenda today. It is Pride Month. He has managed to get both the both the islands.
Nice one, man.
Yeah, let's go. Filled with engineers. So
Yeah, boats are tech to land, by the way. Already. Oh, it's minute 8, I guess, by now.
So Blast has got a counter drop on the bottom, but there's already tanks and engineers there from Raylia, so unless this has got some more units, and it doesn't, it's just engineers, that is going to feel pretty bad to drop and then find out your enemy is already there.
It is quite a late drop, yeah.
T2P gen started for Raylia. No T2P gen planned for Blast, he's just going for pillars.
Yeah, not a lot. Well, actually, Raylia is planning a lot of the support. He's going 6 Tech 2 factories, so he's gonna go very hard on Tech 2 spam. Blast is only gonna have 3 factories as of right now. Actually, he will have 4. So a little bit more even. Raylia did manage to wall off the bottom, though. That is quite good.
Yeah, that's gonna complete.
Rates. It's a very normal position to wall off.
So Raylia is ahead, 15 mass. Let's do a quick tank count. It is 40 strikers for Raylia versus 20 strikers and 7 pillars. So that's actually pretty even. Maybe the pillars come out on top, actually.
I mean, pillars do have that long-term advantage. So Blast is quite a bit faster in his pillar spam. Income-wise, though,
does Raylia have overcharge? Because he's about to.
Oh, no.
He does not have overcharge. Oh no, Raylia.
He may be able to be fine with his units in the back. He didn't rush his tech to PJ, and it's only half built. I think he will be fine because he got some army, and Blast doesn't really know the situation. So if Blast commits on the ACU and he doesn't get it, he loses his entire army. I don't think Blast could go for it. There were too many units coming. But he did like 4k damage to the ACU. The ACU didn't really do much. So it's a small win for Blast, I think.
Both air inti groups are roughly even. Blast has very slightly more in his group, but Raylia's are more split up around the map. The eco is now definitely in Raylia's favor with those 2 side islands.
Yeah, I'm curious if Blast is gonna do some pillar drops on the side islands.
I think that would be a great way to get back into the... Well, here we go.
They're not that well defended. There keeps being a big fight on the bottom right against the pillars of Blast, but this is not going too well for Raylia. He keeps kind of losing. It's like defeating detail. There's so many more pillars from Blast there. It is important though that Raylia's ACU is relatively close, so he has an easier time securing the reclaim field, although his army is just that much smaller. He did build 2 E-storages and he finished PGen, so Raylia can OC relatively consistently now.
We'll see if this Tech 2 PD gets cancelled. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like the engineers backed off.
Oh, that was... I like the PD there, but it was a bit too far forward.
Bit greedy.
I think if it was like over here in this area, then I think he could have gotten it up. Sadly, old age.
Sadly, he couldn't get it up. Oh, very sad. Very sad.
Nothing you can
That
do.
wall is actually the best investment right now for Raylia.
Yeah.
That would have crippled him, I think. That would have gone all the way in here.
Oh, well, he is kind of going around, and he just has such a big advantage in numbers that...
yeah.
Well, like, Raylia has a lot of pillars at the top, like double or almost triple of Blast, but he's not really doing a lot with them yet.
Yeah.
And,
this is like...
Again, this expansion, it is no PD or factory.
This is like... this is Belgium, okay, here, and this is 1936 France. It's a classic. The classic blunder.
No line.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This raid is actually going to do a lot of damage. He... Ghetto gunships, maybe? No, he's going to be dropping pillars on it.
I mean, it's very important. There's literally no AA with this entire raid, but there was never any aggressive air mates. to kind of deal with it, and I think he had some opportunities. Like even some random bombers would have done damage over time. But more importantly, if Relia's ECU was in Belgium, he could have blocked this entire raid. And now this attack from Relia, he broke through some.
He broke a
stuff at
couple of
front,
mixes. He's
but
got
all
a
the
really nice
reinforcements
raid
from
in the
Blast
back,
are
by the
coming
way.
there. Dude, look at this drop from Blast. He's stealing his opponent's maxes.
What a monster.
What a beast.
1 TMD for both players. Very sensible. This transport here survived. That was the luckiest escape of its life. The Intis just decided to back off at the last second.
So this is some amazing damage from Blast. By the way, he completely needed this damage because he lost the side islands. Like, if I look at the total income now, let's see, Relia is on 49. Blast is still down on income after all of this.
Yeah, he did lose all of his back mexes though to a drop.
Oh, I see. That's why.
And now he sends his entire army back to deal with it.
Oh, that's very nasty. He lost 8 mexes there in total.
Yeah, that's quite painful.
Of course. Also, importantly, there's only 2 T2 mexes from Blast. Meanwhile, Relia is on 5. But there's still pillars in the back of Relia's base, by the way. They are not dealt with. I'm not sure who's winning here. Like, I think Blast is a way bigger army. Relia is on 25 pillars.
Give us a pillar tank. Yeah, okay.
Blast is on 50. He literally has double the pillars. But the issue is most of those pillars are at the back of Blast's base.
These Lobos in Blast's army, by the way, got crazy value there. He killed about 3 pillars with 2 Lobos. Just because they're unmicroed, they're dealing huge damage.
There's still pillars everywhere. I think Relia just kind of needs to PD up. I feel that maybe he thinks he's in an awful position here, and it's a tough position, but it's not a lost position because these side islands, those are literally carrying him here.
He has a mex which is 99.5% completed, and it's on pause in his base. That's really sad.
Oh no! Like,
that's
he needs
a classic.
A few PDs here, but he's not making PDs. By the way, he did lock down the right side. He built 2 Tech 2 PDs combined with the walls. I think his SU should keep there just so he can ignore that this area. If that is on lockdown, he only needs to worry about the top, and you can kind of funnel units through there. But this recent attack from Blast, I don't think it's worth it. It's kind of an even trade, although this new front push may do something.
I think this is a master nation.
Yeah, I think so too. He kills 2 maxes, but at what cost? There's 5k reclaim in Relia's base now. Like, he kills 2 E-storages, I guess, but there's not enough Tick 1 arties in Blast Mix. Where, by the way, Blast Mix is almost 100% pillars. Very little arties, like no mobile shields either. And weirdly enough, Blast has not used his SU at all. Dude, there's a pillar at the back of Blast's base again. He never killed it.
There's one in Raelia's base as well. Look, they're both doing the same cancer to each other, dude.
Oh no.
That's what you got to enjoy. Not again. And these 3 are gonna get in as well.
What a disaster this is.
Quite a close game.
Relia has almost C3 lands. That's why he had so much less.
That's why he had less. Well, he's gonna need that.
Well, look at the right side. He's about to get cooked there. His SU isn't there, and he just has.
Oh, he's he's gonna have a really bad day over here.
The thing about Tech 2 PDs is, if there's units in front of them, they will farm so much value. But if they have nothing to protect them, then they kind of just die. Like, he kills like 3 pillars with this, but then everything dies, and now the entire flank is open. I think the T3 lands was a huge mistake by Relia. I didn't realize he was doing it. Well, to be fair, these pillars on the right side, they can't raid anything. All the mexes are dead regardless. So there's no damage they can do. Right?
I mean, you can't raid mexes if they don't exist, right?
Exactly. So now the first. So I don't think Rauya should engage here with these pillars, by the way. I think he should have gone the gun a long time ago, like, and he's attacking on the top side.
Oh, imagine if he had gun for an overcharge right
Oh,
on
look
there.
at
Oh, I
this.
would be so spicy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he has OC. Well, he shouldn't, like, suicide him like this. Okay,
Rare?
OC that clump.
Get him,
OC
boy.
it. And he lost. His OC got sniped. He never rebuilt it. It got sniped by the
Oh,
earlier raid.
no. Raelian, no. What are you doing?
He still doesn't have OC. Wait, he is like 1 kill away from a nice.
Oh, no. That was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that was very necessary.
He lost the overcharge.
Dude, one of Blast's attacks killed the E storage, and Rauya didn't realize. so he walked into OC, and then he didn't have OC. He had 2 Tectopedians, by the way. If he had OC there, he could have killed like 20 pillars with a few OCs because of how clumped they are, and he could have killed that entire army. And I think he would have been in a winning position here. Like it's not. Well, okay, maybe that's a bit over exaggerated, but he would have gotten a lot of reclaim. And there's a lot of reclaim on this side of the map. And Blast doesn't even have T3 started, by the way. He did finally make some more Tech 2 maxes. He's on 5 now, I think. Yeah, he seems to be on 5. Oh, that was a very unfortunate ending. I think this was a completely even game.
Yeah, it was really close. The first Titans are up, but Titans into pillars, like I don't feel like Titans trade that well with pillars.
They do. They cook.
Like mass-wise, is it good?
Yeah. Like, well, obviously, a 1 Titan against 30 pillars is not a great matchup. But the thing is, you're way faster than the pillars, and I think the range is almost even. Let's call it even. Maybe a slight advantage for Titans. And then you just go in, micro them a bit, your shield goes down, you retreat, and you did damage for free. Because the shield is back up in like 20 to 30 seconds or whatever it is. The thing is, Titans are very good against pillars. Percy's are the worst unit against pillars ever. Because each shot a Percy shot is 1450 damage, and a pillar has 1500 HP. So it leaves it on 1500 on 50 HP. So it overkills it brutally. Honestly, that was somehow quite a close first game. Like, there was a bit of an unfortunate suicide there, but it was kinda because he didn't realize the E-storages were sniped, so I guess it's also part because the decision of Blast to actually focus those down, because he did actually focus those down.
Okay, let's head into our next game. Is it hosted already? This is the question. Yes, it is. Okay.
Next game is hosted.
I am joining the next game. Hold on, we are just joining. There we go. Okay. Let me swap over to this screen.
But yeah, I'd say, I mean, the T3 land was a big mistake there.
It was a bit early.
Was still fine. It was too early because he made more eco than his opponent and got the sides, and his opponent was, so he invested in those sides. Like, at some point you get a return on investment, but it takes some time to get that return on investment. And that's partially why Blast had so many more pillars as well. He made less T2 maxes. He went into massive Tech 2 spam on very little eco. And you saw, even with the entire back raid, that Blast was still, like Aurelia, Blast was still down on eco.
So our second game in the series, and I will modify the score for a second. It's going to be on Mystic Land. I don't think I've played this map. I really don't play a lot of 1v1. So what can you tell me about this map? Looks like it's very open.
Honestly, don't think maybe I played it once or twice, like 2 or 3 years ago. Probably 2 years ago. I don't really know. I have no idea what this is not like a standard or a classic map. This is a relatively new map. I think Yudi made it. Maybe I'm mistaken, but pretty sure he did. Mystic. Yeah, made by Yudi. Let's see the reclaim. 20k and decent amount of trees. It's various places. I mean, this seems like a very snowball-heavy spam map.
Yeah, I think it's a
There's
Tech 1
so
spam map.
many mechs. Yeah, well, early on there's a lot of Tech 1 spam, but there's so many mechs and quite some reclaims, so there's a chance we will see, especially from Raelia, Tech 1 spam into Tech 3 rush, and he can just skip the Tech 2 stage. For Blast, it's gonna be harder because he is Seraphim, and Sarah Tech 3 rush is generally the weakest.
Okay, so let me see if I can split the screen here. I'll move it out of the way of the chat, and we can see the builds. So in the top left-hand corner, in the yellow Seraphim, and standing there menacingly for a while before he moves to assist his engineers, that's going to be Blast. I don't want to be too mean and call him a cockroach, but Blast has a reputation for surviving the unsurvivable. He just hangs on in the game. And a couple times in the group stages, he was really up against it, crushed down to almost his core base, and he did manage to come back. So don't count him out. He's currently 1-up in the series. In the purple UEF, I don't know why I said blue. That's because I'm so used to saying blue EF. In the purple UEF with this lovely square P-gen formation. Look at that. That's incredibly pretty. Nice work. Perfect.
No need to thank me.
It's going to be Raelia. And he's going to be playing UEF. He's going for a second land. You can see in Blast Space, he is actually queued up. He's actually going second air, I think. Yeah, he's going second air by the looks of things. So slight difference there. Both players with engineers kind of spreading out from the base to get reclaim, pick up these rocks. Check out this.
So far, what I'm seeing here, both of them went for a relatively quick tank to protect against the raids. So they're both playing it very safe.
Yeah.
But the distance between each other is quite decent. I don't really agree with these defensive tanks, and more so, I kind of disagree with the fact that neither of them made raids. Because Blast is Serra, and just a few Salons. You have radar with them, so you can spot incoming raids very easily. And you can raid yourself. Also, your Salons can defend against Mech Marines if you really micro them like a tryhard. Like, it is possible. But as Raelia, Mech Marines are cheap, but he made for defensive tank instead. A bit of a weird decision altogether. Because now both guys with their defensive tanks, both tanks are idle there. First air, second air into first inti from Blast, so he's playing ultra defensively. His opponent went third air, and then
Raelia is working on a bomber right now, so that will actually pay off, even though.
By the way, I think the reason why the second air from Blast might be good, you go second air, make one air scout, and then make engineers from it. You don't need to make air from the air factory. You can just spam engineers.
Well, you say that, but he is just producing inties. But yeah, that would have been a nice plan.
I just figured it out.
No.
And I think a lot about this map is just about the early game scaling in the base, because there is a lot of reclaim in the back. It is both trees and rocks. So a few attack moves in the back should boost your start by a lot. And you kind of want to scale out lots of spam and then expand to all the maxes on the map. But both players are a bit slow with it, I feel. Like, they are reclaiming, but not that much. The start of this feels a bit like a team game map, with the reclaim, with the early game fast scaling.
I like how, so we got Yudi in the chat saying he actually made this map and he changed it recently, but I like how he's got these kind of
Stop drawing.
He's got these faces he's made into it. What a classic. He's also got this in the middle. Must be a millennial. He just puts lol in the middle of everything. Look at that.
What the?
I don't know if that's intentional, UD, but nice work with the map.
100% it's intentional.
100% intentional. So I feel like the air scout actually from Blast actually got pretty good value there. This bomber dodged.
Ooh, that's
nice. Nice dodge.
And well, it might somehow get it because it's off map. Yeah, the Indies are not killing it because it's off map. And that was... Oh, it ground fired. Okay. Or maybe the bomb was kind of bugged. I mean, it should have gotten the engineer anyway. That would have been a bit mean. Like, when a bomber goes off map, somehow your Inties can't shoot it, which is very cool.
He went off map. Mods! Mods! Get him!
Ban him.
Ban this guy. He went off map. Not allowed.
11 years Trini ban.
I made a mistake. This isn't actually a cliff, this L shape. It's actually a lake. Actually a really deep lake here.
You thought that... How did you not think
I
that was
I
water?
thought they were like mountains or some weird alien cliff or something, but yeah, that's on me.
What the fuck is...
It's a lake.
Wait, the important question is, can you fit a Navy factory inside? You can't.
No.
Unlucky.
You can't fit a Navy factory.
Can you fit a Tempest?
There's no Aeon, so we don't have to be concerned about that.
Like over here, it feels like a Tempest might fit.
Maybe. Ooh, it's really close. I don't think it will, but I like your enthusiasm.
Listen, whatever map it is, Tiny Pond, can I make Salem's or a Tempest?
Exactly. Pond Navy is the best Navy.
Yes. So, as you can see, lots of tech one spam everywhere. It takes a bit of time to expand, but Raya is already on tech 2. Let's see, Blast, is he getting there? Don't see a T2 fact yet.
This is going to be a fairly nice pickup for Relia here with the 3 tanks and Scout that kind of just walked into him. But he's getting raided quite heavily on the top right. That's all of the tanks are basically coming that way.
Yeah, it seems like it will be roughly a map split like this.
Yeah.
Well, it should be a bit higher, but like it's like the split symmetry they are kind of going for, because Blast isn't really sending anything to the bottom left. To be fair, neither is Realia, kinda.
I feel like these corners are actually really quite hard to hold, because your opponent's base can just like...
I'm surprised neither of them made the transport, because these corners are quite far away, and because of how spam heavy the map is early game, you kind of want to drop engineers there to just make a factory. The moment you get the factory online, it is 10 times easier to hold a corner like that. But you are kind of right, you can't really afford to give up any territory because there's mexes everywhere. So naturally, Blast wants to hold this little area with 4 mexes. But then if Raya gets this corner, their like max locations are so close to each other, you always get into a big fight. There's a big raid on the right side, but there is a PD. It's a bit out of position, to be honest. But
well, luckily, blast units, your blast units are coming in 1 by 1. The absolute classic.
Yeah, I think only a few will get through. That is a very good PD.
Yeah.
So some pillars are being made. The Tech 2 from Blast is complete a bit late, but he did make some more Tech 1 raids by the looks of things. Because Relia is on was only on 30 strikers, while Blast was on 80 tanks, by the way. Oof. So yeah, 2.5 times the Tech 1 tank count. Relia is stalling 100 mass per second. I'm not sure about the logistics of that one. He's making T2 maxes.
He's making his second Tech 2P gen.
Yeah,
he does not need that. He's already overflowing 1000 E, so...
He is making multiple T3 maxes at once. He's just not reclaiming enough. There's still so much reclaim on this map. He's on 7.5k reclaim, funnily enough higher than Blast, but Blast has more income because he made more spam to fight for the map control. And these raids have, like, they haven't like touched the main base of Elia, but they raided all the fronts bases and nexus. And that's kind of what's setting him back big time here.
His ACU is actually looking quite vulnerable here. He's kind of surrounded by multiple unit groups.
I think the fact that he's around the lake it makes it almost impossible to die here. Because...
That's really steep, though. Can you actually walk in there?
No, not because you can get in, but you can. It will ruin the pathfinding.
The pathfinding. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
And he has enough pillars around him, right? And Blast only has Tech 1 units there. Basically, what Raya needs to do now is come back with the pillars, because he went T2 faster. His T2 transition wasn't great because of the mass stall. But now Blast only has 4 Ilshis, while Realia has 24 pillars. And he needs to do damage with them. Because if he doesn't, he's just behind.
Get the mexes, Aurelia!
Okay, fine. I think Ralia's finally about to get uncooked from his mass stall. He just finished 3 Tech 2 maxes at once.
Yikes.
Better late than never, I guess. There's a lot of air for Blast, I feel. Yeah, 27 to 16 hits.
Half a T2 radar deleted.
It did die.
Yeah.
I was looking at it, wondering whether the pillar would target it.
We're both looking at the exact same unit-to-unit interaction out of the whole game.
2 fights in the middle. Like, Relia is retreating his ACU from there, right? I think that is a big mistake. The thing he needs to do is make like a Tech 1 factory in the middle of these maxes, because there's reclaim to grab. Are all around him. Like, he shouldn't be giving this up. He should be securing this area with his ACU, but he's on full HP and he's running away. He had more units, well, not more units, but with the pillars, he wins that fight. Like, he runs back for the gun, but what's the gun gonna kill? Some Tech 1 units? Instead of securing the maxes and the reclaim there? I just feel the priority is a bit weird there.
These pillars are kind of...
This one pillar that killed the radar in the back is... actually, I wonder if it killed an upgrading max, but Blast right now made 5 T2 maxes. One is under attack by a pillar, but the pillar is doing a drive-by and leaves it alive. So that's a bit unfortunate. Not sure where that pillar is gonna go. Like, it's off. Oh, it's going back, okay. Okay, he queued up to kill the maxes. He realized that they're quite weak. I mean, he kinda needs it. I think he is a bit behind. Finally a drop at the top right, or he just walked in engineer there. Relia, that is.
Aurelia's got a very large stack of pillars on the right-hand side.
Oh my god, he does.
That's really unfortunate. It's probably because he was dealing with that raid and he set some rally points there, but he's kind of forgotten about that with all the rest of the stuff going on.
So I guess there's no T3 rush, like I said, at all. Both of them are gonna heavily invest into Tech 2, and I think part of it is because of the kinda cooked starts from Relia. If anyone was in a position to rush T3, it was Blast, but he's Seraphim, so he doesn't really want to do it. And Relia kinda went for the Tech 2 spam. He's still as UEF, it's completely fine, but...
There's some good raids from Relia right now, actually.
This pillar at the back? Oh no, wait. Oh, that's just another striker. But he did kill a T2 max there. This other one will survive.
I also think this is really nice. I think he dropped up there or got this factory up in the right-hand corner.
I said that 10 seconds ago.
I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. What an idiot. The caster doesn't know what they're doing. Pay attention. Yeah, huge blunder there from me. Classic. This is why I'm lower rated.
By the way, I hate Relia's unit composition. Blast has like Ilshis, well, some tanks left, but he also has some Phobos, Actually, Blast also has a very lazy unit composition. But Realia is on 3 strikers and 70 pillars and literally nothing else. No shields, no arties, and that's what he needs in this fight. He, like, to fight against Ilshi's head-on with pillars, if you have some shields, you just have such better fights.
He doesn't have the E to make shields. He's actually right on the edge already.
He is making some Janus though, but
Yeah.
I kind of disagree with that too. I think he should be making some stingers. Because this army on the right side, he could be like sending some random gunships to do some damage over time. But you see, these Ilshis, they are kind of crushing Ralia's pillars pretty badly. Because keeps kind of being defeated in detail. Also some miss-micro from Ralia. Like walking away from the raid over here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Are the Ilshis faster than the pillars?
It's super equal. I think they're barely slower.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're a bit slower by the looks of things. But on the left side, a huge engagement, and Ralia is gonna get cooked there. Donates quite a bit of mass. And the top right is gonna get raided. He did not manage to make a PD, although I don't think the PD could have stopped that. Nice bomber from Blast on the right side, by the way. He snipes T2 radar. And is there T3 on the way? T3 started by Ralia and not started by Blast.
So Blast is actually making gunships.
Oh, true, yeah. So gunships versus Janus. I think the Janus should be already used because Blast has 0 AA. He does have 40 inties versus the 34 inties, but the Janus have AA, so kind of depends on the air micro. But considering there's no AA, there's no reason to not use. Like, both of them should use their air aggressively, funnily enough. Now the trades kind of seem to go in Ralia's way. Ralia seems to have gotten ahead on T2 Maxes as well.
Well, here comes that air engage after the Janus.
Ralia, okay, he has gun and nano this time, so I hope he won't just die by being cut off from his army by these Ilshis. But
Oh, here we go.
But he is going for him. Blast is going for him.
No.
Ralia should have expected this.
There's the air engagement over the top.
Ralia should pass everything and just focus on OCing, by the way. He can survive this with nano. He is about to get the vet once he kills one more unit. He can OC. There we go, that's his vet. And the pillars come. No, I think he dies. That'll be super close.
No.
One gunship comes in. Oh, man.
That's unfortunate.
Again?
Blast.
That is so unnecessary. Just let
Sniper.
Sniper. It's like Pepsi all over again. Again, by the way, Ralia had T3 and Blast didn't. Same situation as last game. Oh, slightly different, but roughly speaking. This issue was caught out in the open, and the thing is, he walked towards the Ilshis, and the Ilshis came towards him. So he didn't really kite for any time. He wanted to meet up with his pillars on the other side of the Ilshis, but I think he should have just kited towards the north here and went around the mountain like this. And because he has a lot of pillars at the top there that could have reinforced him, I think he could have survived there.
Yeah.
Emotional damage. Damn, not a unfortunate way to die there, because I think he was winning more clearly than the last game here. Blast was on 72 maxes, Ralia was on 10. Ralia had T3 land. He won air as well, by the way.
Yeah, he won air, and he's definitely got momentum. Look at the amount of pillars he's got on the top of the map there. It's a huge advantage. And he's at T3. He's producing Percy's right now. It's actually kind of in his favor, but you've got all this stuff going on, and then it comes down to one little micro fight, and you make a move order in slightly the wrong direction, and like that's it. You're done. That's how FAF works. It's a very brutal game, 1v1.
Yeah, I think if he walked away to the top, he could have lived there. That's kind of a shame. Like, it was a 2-0 now because of this, but it wasn't like an overwhelming 2-0.
But that is a 2-0. We can go and look at the challenge, the bracket quickly.
Don't.
Oh,
spoil
actually, I
the
don't want to
games.
do that. I don't want to
Yeah,
do that.
I don't worry. I'm looking at the brackets.
Let me hide the spoilers. Hide the spoilers. Hide the spoilers. There we go.
I mean, there's still all the games being played. Let's see. So we did just watch Riot versus Blast. From the bottom part of the brackets, probably should. Well, I probably we're gonna handle both of the semifinals. I mean, we can't do all games, I guess.
I feel
So
like we
maybe,
can, yeah.
well, we should do both semifinals, but the quarterfinals usually it's impossible to cover them all. And they're being played quite quickly, actually. 2 games already finished, both on the bottom bracket.
Yo, hold on, guys. We need to cast your games. Wait. Manage active mods. Hold on. Let me find the questionable sounds that there we go. All right, let me show you. We're just going to press this button here, and we're going to get rid of that one.
Witch, burn him!
Burn the witch.
With his buttons.
Terrible, terrible. Get him. Okay, so are we going to tune into a replay, or are we going to catch a live one?
I think we should just go for the semifinals because one of them is ready to be played.
Okay, let's jump straight into a semi then.
But
I'm ready with the semi. Let's go.
by the way, that means we can't go for the other game, but apparently Shen lost to Blinchik 2-1.
Really?
Which is very surprising, especially if you consider the fact that last week we didn't get to cover any of Blinchik's games. So it's kind of nice to cover him now. But last week he had a very poor performance. He didn't make it into the finals, but Vina, who did make it to the finals, was disqualified, and Blinchik took his place, and now Blinchik beat Shen. Even though Shen came in like first place of his group last week.
Do we know what he got disqualified for?
I think he got a permaban from FEF.
Oh, yikes. That's a big yikes. Okay.
From what I heard.
Yikes. I don't see the semi-final hosted.
Yeah, it's not hosted yet. We can maybe watch the last game of Bully versus Neutron.
Yeah.
Which is wait, that's live actually. Let me see if I can watch it. No, not live. It's actually being played right now. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
Let's see if I can. I can watch it. It doesn't crash, so we can do that.
All right, let's go.
Bully versus Neutron is 1-1 right now. So it is
let's
the best of
go.
3.
Nice.
So
nice.
basically, this is the deciding match they're playing, and it's completely even right now. And then I will tell Blast. Actually, no. If I tell Blast to wait for us, if we're watching the Bully Neutron game, the moment they finish this, they also play the semifinals, and we can't watch both semis live. Okay. So one of the semis, we will have to watch the replays for it, because then they started. So we can do that for the Blinchik Blast games.
I am in the Natron Bully game, just waiting for you.
Yeah, if you stream it on Discord, then I can sync the games.
Hold on. Let me swap to Discord. Hide this. Get my screen. Okay. the revving up sound as my poor graphics card is streaming like 6 different things to different places all at once. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, so let's kick this off. Should we jump ahead a little bit?
We can +1 through the start. It's gonna be a bit slow. By the way, what a fucking map for Mapgen. Jesus Christ, what am I looking at?
There's no terrain at all. It's just like...
Well, there there's some. Honestly, for map gen, for 1v1, the terrain is better than expected. Like there's no plateaus, but there's random cliffs and like there's quite some terrain, I think, to work around, and especially if raids, you can make use of this a lot. So it's gonna be a super raid heavy map.
I may have made the game side sound slightly too loud.
Nothing you can do.
Nothing I can do. I can just change it instantly. That's what happens when you spend a whole day learning how to use streaming platforms so you can actually do a good job. Incredible that that can happen. Winter Jewel, that is a name I haven't heard in a long time. That may be the first ever FAF map I ever played, actually, Winter Jewel.
It was certainly in my top 5 first.
Yeah, definitely.
You hit the old ladder and you have a 99% chance to get a 5
Yeah.
kilometer map. Awful.
It's just like a knife fight immediately. You just like you walk in and just like you're stabbing each other at point blank range. That's what the 5 kilometer maps are. Okay, so second land, third air for Natron. Bully is going for second air and he's rushing a transport, which to me sounds very sensible due to the clusters of mexes. If we zoom out and we look at these clusters of mexes around the map here, that sounds very sensible to me.
Yeah, it does seem kind of smart. There's a bit of reclaim. Well, on the map, well, there's quite a lot of e-reclaim around your start actually. Like there's a few nice tree group locations.
How do you know if they're the tasty trees or not?
You recognize them. they're not super tasty, but they're decent. The thing is, you play enough map gen, so you recognize the three patterns. So Bully is going for relatively aggressive. He's gonna drop 4 engineers.
Yeah, that is aggressive.
That's super aggressive. And he's gonna just make a lot of facts there. Honestly, it's a very weird drop, in my opinion, because naturally, Neutron's SU is gonna walk south. Oh no, where the fuck is Neutron walking?
Neutron's coming here, and his units are going here, so this base in the middle is actually between the balls, so he's not going to get seen, I think. I think he's going to get away with this, actually. It hasn't been scouted at all. The scout went the other way as well. That is like a... Is that a 200 IQ play?
I'm not sure.
Got a PD queued up here, but that's not going to... this PD is not going to get up. Does Natron know about this base? No, he doesn't. It's still there. The game is frozen for me. And I'm on +0.
Oh. My game is not frozen.
Oh. I'm on +0, so I shouldn't be skipping through the game.
Maybe that's because they finished the game.
Does the game end if you,
But I'm somehow... right. Can you stream my POV? Is that possible?
Are you sharing a screen? You go live.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Let me stop sharing my screen. Sharing my own one. Your one. Okay, the quality... Yeah, don't worry about it. The quality is going to be low, but we'll make do. Let me swap to a different screen.
This fucked your entire setup, didn't
You just
it?
ruined everything, by the way.
You should have stopped the
You
game,
ruined
idiot.
everything. Okay.
Unbelievable.
I didn't stop the game.
Yeah, yes, you did.
Have you paused? Let's
Yeah.
press the pause. Oh yeah, okay, here we
No, I
go.
was waiting for you to
Fair enough, fair enough.
to be watching things.
Okay, so this is the backup plan.
Considering it's already ended for you, it probably means well, it shouldn't be a super long game. I did tell Banani to wait, so
Yeah.
for the next game because he's fighting against the winner of the series. So Simon usually should be super good here because Mantis just that much faster. Well, not that much faster, but quite a bit faster. So you should be able to raid with them very well. But there's a few. Oh, there's 4 scouts and 1 Mantis here, but like these areas, they are very vulnerable to raiding. But this proxy from Bully seems to be going strong. I think this movement from Nitron is just so weird. Like this is the natural way to go with your ACU, which is here, and then you kind of are in front of this and you're ready to push that. So that's why I thought this drop from Bully was kind of bad, because that's naturally where his ACU is gonna go, I think.
I mean,
But
I feel like
they didn't
Natron
go
is
there.
like if Bully just grabs all of his units in the middle and right clicks Natron's ACU, I think he just dies right now.
Yeah, but no one knows where each other is. Like he doesn't even know about it. That's really bad.
What is scouting?
He has 8 Medusas with like there's so many arties for this early on in the game. Like he just goes in blindly. It's so weird.
Absolute mad
And
lad.
income wise, because Bully dropped all over the place. Okay, now he sees the ACU and he's like, what the fuck?
Now
40...
all the units are going to converge on him, right?
Like unit wise, Nitron is very slightly ahead. He's shooting the ACU, not the units, by the way. It's like he has to be shooting the units here. But here, Bully comes. Don't tell me he just dies here.
I think he just dies here.
I think he might just die.
There's like 8 factories in that proxy that Bully has got, and I still don't think it's scouted.
Believe this. I can't believe this.
Bruh. No. Maybe Natron was like, oh, he doesn't have that many factories in his base. I must be ahead. I will attack.
Oh my god, no shot. I can't believe this. I guess we didn't watch the best game of the series here. That's a bit unfortunate. Dude, every game same last week, every game from Nitron that we watch, he dies, and every game we don't watch, he is apparently winning or like it's a 1-1, so he's not very happy about it.
Sorry about that.
That's a bit of a sad game.
That was a sad one.
The idea of Transport Rush kinda just won the game, plus the fact that this was somehow unscouted. If this ACU of him walked here, by the way,
it would have been so good for him.
Like, he would have been fighting Bully's units early on, while Bully would have just been chilling with the ACU here, not really fighting, like, getting value with it. Both of them are raiding each other's backs, by the way, so that is relatively equal, although Bully did manage to establish this base here. That is...
Yeah, that was a bit of an unfortunate game there for Natron. And I just realized I still have the score from Raylia and Blast on the screen. Whoops. Small mistake. Let me go back to our primary screen and our primary display. Okay. I don't see the next one hosted.
Also, yeah, I didn't even notice. People are saying, yeah, they chose to blend in with the map with their colors.
They were both camo green, actually. That is a good point.
Okay, so they're doing the vetoing process now.
Okay.
Wait, that was really vetoes when you're done.
Yeah.
So
it
we
should
actually have
be.
some insight in what they're vetoing.
Yeah, let us know the
Uh,
vetoes.
By the way, this map pool for the quarterfinals. Actually, no, wait, it's the semis now. Quarterfinals only had one possible 20x20 map, which was Crossfire Canal, otherwise known as Pizza.
The pizza map.
Oh, he did it on Discord. I see. Let's see. But semifinals, the map pool, Saturn's Clutch, Gateway and Rose as the 20x20 maps. Then there's Via Tree, Whitefire, Open Palms, Zerk Canyon, and Forgotten Facilities, which we watched north of last week. I can hear my echo, by the way. From you, I think. Um. So, Derp, hello? We lost him. It's all over. And he just insta started it without asking. Oh, these bastards. um. Imagine you zoom in on Bully. At the bottom right, it's Waffle Snoop, also known as Bully. Zooms out. Zooms in at the top left. It's
I'm trying to
Banani.
keep up with what you're saying here, but it's actually quite difficult because you're saying it quite quickly.
Oh,
It's
you're here. I thought
Banani.
you were AFK.
I very quickly, yeah.
I was doing an imaginary camera movements.
Oh, the game zone is ready. The casters are ready, and our tournament players.
Actually, the caster was not ready. He was
All right,
AFK.
all right. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
Just straight up lying now.
In the top corner, playing Seraphim because he wants to be an absolute menace with Zuis. It's gonna be Banani playing as Lishenko up here. And in the bottom right, playing in green with this very large yellow ball right next to him, that's going to be Waffles Noob, also known as Bully.
By the way, I didn't figure out who bans what map, but they did ban Zerk Canyon, Whitefire, Via Tree, and also Saturn. So we won't get a Saturn's 1v1, which is very sad.
No, I would have enjoyed that.
We should, whoever bans Saturn's 1v1, we should give him a penalty.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I reckon that's feasible.
That's very reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think that's fair.
Is bit of a slow start, but usually it's very aggressive in the Tech 2 stage. Where mostly with air, but I've also seen games win via lands. They're both Seraphim. I guess both Zara and Aeon are the two best picks here, obviously because it's a map with like lots of water in between your maxes, so over pretty good.
Over is good. That's probably why they're playing Seraphim.
There are these annoying tech on AAs in mid, which is annoying because like someone like Bully dropping and making a proxy here is something that does sometimes happen in these games. And that AA is directly in between the line where you want to drop, so it is a bit annoying.
So who's your money on for this one?
I don't know. This should be extremely equal, even. Like it's straight up 50-50. Apparently my volume is a bit low. Same issues last week, I guess.
Okay, so what I will do, I'll just move farms up to all the desktop audio. So all that line in audio is up 10%, and I am now down sort of 15% from what I was. So that should balance it out. If it's not balanced out, then I'll do it a little bit more.
Now I'm loud. call them. So let's see. Bit of early air aggression. Oh, bit weird. Just two inties duking it out. No transports or bombers made yet. Bully queued up a transport. He's making one right now, actually, but there's air above him. I think he did win the first air fight. The funny part about this map is the HQs will always diverge into mid, but mid is kind of empty, so you don't really want to invest for it. But then again, losing mid is super annoying, so you do want to invest a bit for it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I guess
never
if you
quite
can
know how much to invest for the mid control. It doesn't have many maxes nor reclaim, but well, I guess some reclaim, I guess. But it's mostly like the map control that matters for winning mid.
Yeah, if you get to like this point here, then you can kind of go everywhere and be really annoying if you can get to the little choke point of your opponent's area here.
Yeah,
and
but
here.
it's just you don't even need to get past that, because as long as you own the plateau in mid, you just have so much more map vision. It's easier to do drops and to harass your opponents. You still get the maxes, of course.
I guess these mexes, these ones, this, they're all kind of like vulnerable to Equinartes on plateaus.
Yeah. So, important difference. Bully managed to make the transport. He lost air, but his transport is being able to drop where heavy likes to, and he's kind of getting away with it. There's a bomber from Banani, but it went to the bottom left. He kind of was maybe expecting an aggressive drop, but that was kind of sent to the wrong area then. So Bully does get away with it. He will lose the transport probably to these inties. But it was worth it for him. There's a transport now from Banani a lot later, but he did walk his engineers faster, so like he got the back like the back maxes made on the islands in the water faster than Bully as well. So aside from the transports that Banani was later with, Bully is ahead on the few things. Sorry, what am I saying? All the thing Banani was ahead on everything except for the transport. I swapped up my words. Funnily enough, Banani is going for an aggressive drop on the top instead of dropping his own islands, but I'm very curious if like it's very aggressive. And Bully's ACU did not go to mid quite yet. I guess he does if Banani does have air control. But it all depends on how quickly Bully will scout this. And this is what I was saying with proxies are common on this map. Bully rallies his bomber almost into the AA. Barely touches it. AA being built in Bully's base.
Yeah, Bully's being airlocked almost here. Very sad.
He is, but with the Tech 1 AA, like almost all those intis from Banani they're all red or yellow HP. So it looks like he has a big airlock, but it's not actually that bad. Bully does spot the proxy from Banani. That is huge. That is super important. Doesn't mean he can stop it necessarily.
A Tech 1 bomber there right now would be amazing.
But I guess he forces a Tech 1 PD. I don't think that was the right move. I think he should have continued building factories, because time is of the essence. It's now 2-2 factories. Bully can't really afford to make a Tech 1 bomber because they actually just made one.
He's got one right here.
Are still in the base.
He's got one right here, and if he's paying attention, he might be able to deny this drop.
Oh, he moved it. He moved it.
Get him, Bully. Get him. No! Get him!
What's
no!
he doing?
Oh, he sees it! Let's go! Okay. Ground fire order given. That's going to deny the Hydra as well there. Boop.
Oh, that's such a big pickup, man.
Nice. Very nice.
By the way, a bomber is going for the top as well, so that might kill 4 engineers as well of this little proxy here. That's also a big deal.
No anti-airs with this army or mix or proxy at all.
And the funny part is, Banani had air control, but Bully is still on bombing. And this is a bit of a slow map with bombers in a way that you can send random bombers around the back, and you just can be annoying with them and farm value with them. And it's so annoying to deal with it. There's 2 transports actually from Banani right now. Banani is on 3.5 tech to max actually. Well, Bully is on Well,
I can see
one
one.
T2 max and 2 halves.
Hmm.
So Banani is ahead on the T2 max count. Bully captured the AA? Yeah, he did. That's really funny. Oh no, like this civilian AA in mid. And now Banani is gonna capture the AA that Bully captured from the civilians.
That's actually quite funny. It's my AA. No, it's my AA. Yeah. We got the second attempt to drop by Banani down on the left. This and finish the Hydro. He's trying to finish what he started over here, but this time there's no bomber.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for a factory first, because Banani is a bit behind because that expansion area got delayed by quite a bit. He was fast in some other areas, but right now the big downside for Banani is he has less air. Bully has 3 air factories, well Banani only has 1. Both of them in C2 air, by the way. Oh, nice drop by Banani in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think that PD is going to finish at all.
And no, and these tanks should be able to kill this factory easily. So that's a decent investment down. The proxy did die, so that was kind of a failed investment. Bully is now gonna do his counter proxy in the exact same position.
But he's got more engineers, so he should actually be able to just make a PD here and be super annoying if he wants to.
Wait, he's gonna drop right next to the factory.
Yeah, rush PD right in the factory. It's so unfortunate the first thing off of that factory was an anti-air, which is now completely useless.
But Banani was making an arty from his factory, but he cancelled it.
He cancelled it.
He did.
I've got a unit drop coming to assist, but the PD's already up, so those tanks aren't going to help. In comes another drop, but that's going to have Tech 1 arties. We've also got spam of arties around from the top right from Bully.
There's a double transport drop from Banani that is going right next to the air from Bully, and they kinda just not seeing each other. I think he can drop. Bully has no radar. He didn't have a radar nor air scouts, so that's kinda lucky for Banani. Banani is also the only one that went for frigates, by the way. The first frigate's minute 10 is finally out. And I think it's a bit late because frigates can kill like 10 plus mexes on the enemy side of the map. All the little islands can be raided by frigates. And even some of the mexes, like in Bully's main base, all of these, they can all be raided by frigates. My circles are not very accurate, but I missed the mexes.
Never mind. All that playing Osu hasn't paid off. You still can't draw a circle around a mex.
Listen, I have to follow and click the circles, okay? Never did I study drawing them.
Got a drop from Bully here on the bottom, but that's not going to work because Banani has already made a PD here.
Yeah, that should be... Actually, the AA will just kill the transports, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he just drops two... Wait, all the engines were thrown off into the distance.
That's quite funny.
I've never seen it quite like that. Okay, so that AA and PD is a pretty good investment. AA killed 400 mass there. By the way, these drops from Banani, he secured his own island back. I kind of didn't expect him to be able to do it. So that's a pretty big win. It's a very necessary win because he was still down that expansion. Did invest quite a bit into it though.
Yeah, mass income is actually even. I suspect that Banani's going to lose a fair bit to this annoying Zooey play that's going on in the top corner, but the frigate is kind of dealing with that. Is there anywhere on this plateau here that he can drop? Anywhere outside of the range? So yes, he can potentially drop the ends here, but whether the transport actually allows him to do that...
that's not going to work, man. The transport is like... directly in the center, take it or leave it.
It's close enough, boys.
Big area aggression from Bully coming for the main base of Banani, and Bully has way more air. Bully also made some T2 gunships, by the way. Oh wait, he actually turns around.
He backed off.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, quick reaction with the flag by Banani. I think Bully, he would have won air there, but he would have donated a lot of mass, and...
Well, here comes the Tech 2 transports. And look at the bottom at Bully's base. In comes the transport with the tanks, and the hungry Tech 1 bombers are following it.
Oh my god, instantly killed.
Very nice counterplay there. They're just like the vultures that are waiting
They're
for their
hungry
meal.
wolves.
Yeah, they're waiting for their meal, dude.
Okay, I missed this one. Can I see? Okay, Bernardi was not paying attention. Oh, no, okay, now he is. No splits though. He should see the wrecks of his dead friends.
Yeah, but
they will not make it
the
far.
attack move is now behind.
Oh no! Oh wait, so he
Dude.
will actually kill. But they're all going for the 1 Tech 1 max instead of the Tech 2 maxes. He's kind of touching. He will kill 1 max. By the way, at the same time, there's like 2 random Tech 1 arties at the top, and they're getting the same work done. Kinda.
Oh yeah, I can see they just walked in over the sea. We'll go and look at those. Because that isn't really being dealt with at the moment. It hasn't actually been... There's no plan to deal with this. It's like that sneaky arty that we had on, what was that map? Bermuda Locket.
Oh, look at this drop from Bully. That was a bit greedy.
Very greedy.
Okay, PD is being built by Banani, but he stops the PD and then he walks. But the arty goes away. He's gonna kill the max with 1 arty.
No, that's a crime. He's gonna get a second one here.
I like to point out that according to Jacked, this was a big macro map. As we can see, lots of macro being done here. Just bullying Jacked for no reason.
There was a drop from Banani on the bottom, but it got bombed.
That will.
Oh, that's the HQ. That's the HQ.
Oh, what?
It's a HQ it's Banani's HQ land factory.
Banani needs to spam T2 gunships because whether that land factory dies or not, I think the maxes here will die. These are all Tech 2. No factory, no PD, very undefended. And Bully seems to have less income than Banani, but he is...
this is going to trigger the big air fight, surely. Here's the air move. Banani's air is still on patrol. Here it comes. This is going to be the big air engagement. It's 59 at the start to 79, so big advantage for Banani.
Yeah, but Bully, half of his air is out of fuel and not in the fight. And the gunships from Bully, I think Banani will clutch this fight. However, he will lose a lot of maxes due to this Jensen rate. But Bully's ACU walked forwards, by the way, completely undefended. He does have a flag a little bit further back. Somehow this fight took a lot longer than I expected. I guess the out of fuel inties finally arrived. And now
don't fly in front of the out of fuel inties because that is the danger zone.
Yeah, it actually is.
Don't go in front of out of fuel inties, whatever you do. That's like asking for immediate death. We've got a frigate fight on the bottom, and we've got a big Tech 1 bomber inbound here. There's a lot of action on this map right now. I'll try and keep...
Bully made a lot of aggressive... There were random bombers and random gunships and random Notas that Bully had and was sending around, but some of them got picked off, but he kind of retreated them because of the air loss. But these bombers on the bottom, they are killing maxes.
They're getting amazing value right now. It's going to be 2 Tech 2 mexes lost here to these Tech 1 bombers. Meanwhile, nothing's for Banani.
Probably using it as another... And Bully controls the mid, which is, like, as you can see, like, not a lot of eco, but it makes the gameplay a lot easier. If you go to Bully's POV, you see so much more than Banani does, simply because of that mid control. Dude, there's a Tech 1 bomber snipe on the HQ! Oh, no, they didn't go for it. He could have gone for it, though.
He could have killed the HQ with Tech 1 bombers. That would have been a great play. Instead, he's going for the PD. But he does get it.
Dude, the PD was 2k HP. That means the HQ would have been on like 300 HP now.
Yeah.
And the bombers just... well...
Nothing he can do. The bombers choose their own targets. Okay. What?
There's random Notas from Banadi at the top right killing maxes as well. They're both just crippling each other.
Great game.
But now there's another big assault at at the mid, a couple of Yenzins. There's a flag with it this time, so he will kill a lot of the
Oh, yeah.
inties. All the inties from Banani, no. It's a massacre. They're all half HP from the earlier airfight to begin with.
I thought the Notha was going to primary the flak, but that didn't happen.
I think it shot at it, but the flag stopped moving, so it kind of pre-dodged it.
This would be so good right now.
Yeah, but Banani needs to make a lot of gunships. Like Sarah versus Flag is pretty good. I guess both of them have a lot of air production though. But Bully seems to be in a great position. He still has mid control. The air win from Banani didn't really get much done yet. Banani is holding mid, but here's the big reclaim fields from the airfight. And
Take a look on the left-hand side, Farms. There's a Tech 2 naval yard, and it was under threat there. But there will be a destroyer out soon. There will be a destroyer for Banani, yeah. If he can hold it. How many Nothers have we got here? 7 Nothers. That's quite a threat. If he can get the flak, he can clean up all these units for free. But Nothers, not the most accurate units in the game, I think.
Oh, no, and he kind of... No, they are accurate, there's not a lot of AoE.
They're accurate, they just don't hit anything.
Oh, and this airfight will go definitely in Bully's favor. This is not what Banani needed. Banani is, well, looked to be ahead on eco, but I guess Bully was stalling for a bit, so now...
They are exactly even right now.
Exactly even. But there's another drop in Banani's base. 4 tanks, 3 MAAs, and a Selen. Classic minute 19 drop. But the air loss is a big deal. There's 4 Notas coming for the main base of Banani. Banani does have flags. They all went after 1 pigeon.
Oh, no reclaim on the pigeon. He lost all the engineers.
No, he not had the engineers.
Okay, alright. Fair enough.
But now he's Econ tanks and that's MAA, he's winning air.
This is, look in the top left, those frigates are just, they're having a great day, those frigates.
I feel like Banani is slowly kind of losing it.
Well, his map control is now kind of this. That's it right now.
Yeah, his eco is still fine, but he keeps getting raided everywhere, and the trades are not really going in his favor. Doing an Ilshi drop to
back into his own base. Yeah, that's never a good sign.
He lost 2 Tech 2 Maxes to this, and at the back he loses another 2 Tech 2 Maxes. His destroyer is out, but how much realistically is that destroyer gonna do, right? Because he doesn't have air control, so it will just die to air relatively easily.
Unless he goes under the water. Nah, there's no torp bombers yet, so...
Bully is building his first T3 Max. It's halfway. Actually, Banani already finished the second. What the fuck?
Look at this peak gap gameplay. Look at this T3 Max. Look at this bar. Let's go.
I guess Jack was right.
The Jack knows everything about this game. He knew it would go to T3 Maxes. No flak on this left-hand side. That's going to get dunked on by the Volthus. And
no AA there is
that's painful. Banani's going to have to go into the water because those gunships will kill him quite quickly. He retreats his destroyer actually as well.
No, the destroyer can go underwater as well, so that's not a big deal. But he loses. He's gonna lose 5 Tech 2 Max here. There's another one here that he will lose. Not sure what these Notas here are doing. They're going for an empty patch of land. They could have been. They could have unironically been killing the upgrading maxes of Bully.
Fuck this area in particular. Right there. We don't like this area of the map.
It's a bad area.
Yeah. That area is threatening. We don't like it.
But, so, is there a cruiser coming? There's no cruiser coming from Banani. That would have been so useful.
Yeah.
He's making static flags to defend areas.
Okay, a cruiser
a bit to tickle them.
Would have been amazing.
Dude, look at the T3 Max in the main base of Banani.
No, that's not allowed. This is illegal. You can't do this.
No shots.
Not the T3 Max. The emotional damage that this is going to do to Banani, you just can't calculate that.
A big fight somehow in mid, like Ilshi, a big Tech 2 fight is going on. I wonder if when we will see T3 air or T3 lands by any player. He did lose the T3 Max.
That's sad. I feel like T3 land is maybe a better choice just for the siege tanks.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
No,
Forget it.
see the emotional damage that losing that T3 mechs did.
I'm just greedy retard. Oh no.
Oh,
I mean, he was slowly losing this. It was still possible. Actually, Bully was up to 300 mass income now.
yeah.
Almost. It says. Unless it was like a misread from the game. Temporary spike. But Banani was slowly dwindling away. That is true. It feels like they were very even, but the raids from Bully just did a lot more damage. And even after Banani won air, he was still getting harassed by air while doing very little harassment to Bully.
Hmm. So to get back into this game, if you're Banani, what would you do there?
Look at this. That's an insult to injury. To
No.
get back?
Get back into the game. Cruiser? I feel like the
Honestly,
cruiser would have helped.
A second cruiser would have been very good. Obviously, not losing the T3 Max would have helped. Like, he is far behind, but the thing is, most of the fighting was on his side of the map, so most of the reclaim is on his side of the map, right?
I mean,
he kind of should have been doing what Bully was doing with the random air units being aggressive.
Bully's HQ is actually here, which is fairly vulnerable if you were to send something around the other side. But like I can see that I can see that dying to a cruiser.
Yeah, sure, but
or even a. I feel like a destroyer would get it from here.
I think Banani's win chance here is to just T3 max up, and you can defend your core base with some cruisers, like you said, and the cruisers will still be useful by killing all the stuff. Like you just have two cruisers, like one parked here on the right of his base and one parked here.
Yeah.
And you kind of defend everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can always retreat back along those waterways if the floaty hover comes for it, and it's going to kill all the air and like this, in like a really big.
Able to hold mid and eventually maybe go T3 lands and trade for a big mid push or something with enough AA because he's Sarah. And especially with the cruisers, like T3 air shouldn't be that impactful. Because most of his raidable maxes already got raided. And maybe that would be like a right move to do. It's hard to say.
Let's go back into the. Let's go back to FAF and see if the next game is going to be ready.
It is hosted.
Let's join the next game.
Wow, we've never seen this map before. Certainly not last week.
Oh boy, Forgotten Facilities.
That was a pretty decent first
Yeah, that
game.
was a close game, aggressive, lots going on for both players. I like that.
Like, Banani did get demotivated quite badly towards the end. Because he kinda... I can kind of feel him because he kept losing eco when he should have been able to defend it.
Well, that is 1-0 to Bully.
Let's see if it's gonna be a mirror match again. I hope not. Right now, Bully has a different faction picked. I always hate to see mirror matches. Somehow it's so much more boring. Although the last game was kind of fine, but it's more entertaining if they have different set of units, so you kind of have to play it differently. Because Sarah, especially on that map, I mean, I guess every faction is gonna be aggressive in the Tech 2 stage, but Sarah is kind of forced to do it because, like, Sarah T3 Air, I mean, no gunship, so there's kind of no reason to go for it, like, early on, if your opponent isn't. Like, as any of the other factions, you can do some T3 rush and do damage with the gunships, or...
Something's not quite right there. I also lost connection. Give me a second.
Let me refaf real quick.
I will also refaf. Let's sort that out.
We're like JD fans watching them fight. I wonder what that's referring to, man.
Well, Banani had some really nice economy going there, but there was some stiff frigate tariffs placed upon his island. That's for sure. Okay, game is not yet hosted.
It would have been the best if Bully was Aeon and he would have just mercied everything. The fucking drone attacks.
I would love to see a Mercy. Somebody make a Mercy in the tournament. They're just expensive compared to the gunships, but if there's a few like tiny little niche things where they can
not.
be
They're cheaper than gunships.
No, but they still obviously that you have to get really good value for each one, otherwise they feel because any unit that you like delete the unit in order to do damage doesn't feel. For me, it feels like it doesn't get value even if you.
If you kill 5 Tech 1 tanks, it's worth it.
We are joining the game.
Yeah, 5.
Is it 5?
Between like 4.5, and then it's worth it. Because a Mercy I think is 230 mass, and a Tech 1 tank is a little over 50 mass. So actually 4 Tech 1 tank is probably worth it. Unless it's a Mantis and that is 4.2.
Okay, move me to observers. Thank you very much.
Don't touch me.
So, a Cybran mirror matchup.
Again, By the way, did the tournament rules change where you're like all the faction vetoing stuff? Was that removed? Or is that still being done? Because I see a lot more mirror factions again. And when that was in, like, you would barely see it. Like, it takes more time for setup and stuff. But it did reduce the number of mirrored matchups by, like, drastically. From, like, over 50%, if not 60% to, like, 20%. I'm just making up random numbers, but that's what it felt like.
So, welcome to our second game of the series. I think that's right, isn't it? It's the second one? Yeah, it is the second one.
Yes, it is.
So we've got in the green Cybran down here, going land first, obviously. It's going to be Waffles Noob, otherwise known as Bully. And he is going to be attempting to... Actually, he's got a... We can see he's already queued up this cliff build here. But he's built that on the trees. So there's going to be a little reclaim going on. Oh, no, he's just cancelled it. Oh, no, now it's back. He is definitely trolling us. There we go. In the top corner, playing in the blue Cybran. And struggling with motivation after losing his T3 Mexis to Tech 1 units, it's going to be Banani, otherwise known as Lushenko. He's going for a third air build.
How does that name pronounce like Lushenko?
Isn't
that Lunishko?
Listen, I don't speak Russian.
Well, neither do I.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to call him Luna. I'll teach him.
Luna.
Yeah.
Luna man. By the way,
Looney.
Boom said, let's see if they do the Vina cliff build. I have no idea what that is, but I somehow feel like Bully is doing that because he's doing the cliff build.
He is doing a cliff build, but he's actually building it right next to the pathable terrain, so it's not really that much more efficient. It's not like he was going up this way and he kind of like built the factory here on his way past or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like it feels like if your plateau gets raided, you have a closer factory.
Yeah, this is a great place for a factory. Weird.
It is, but this early, I don't think I would do it. Even like when knowing that you could do such a thing, I feel like walking this early with ASU not building in your base. Sure, if you go for mid for the reclaim, it's kind of fine. But I guess wait, let me see his eco. No, he was floating mass and E when walking, so he could have already finished the factory in his main base almost instead of this. I do agree making a factory there. But I think making it later on in the game, like in 1 to 2 minutes, is a lot better than making it this early.
Yeah.
Although I guess you
Looney's
do
got
get
2
a lot of
land
reclaim
factories
there.
already. Looney's had 2 land factories for a while.
Let's call him Banani.
Banani, there we go.
Looney,
Stop
man.
changing your names, guys. If you stop changing your names, I won't have to suffer, and then you won't have to suffer. That's how it works.
He's called Lunishko for like years now.
Ah.
Didn't change it recently.
Maybe we
He
should
did it
stop
bully.
calling him Banani.
Yeah, are you gonna call me the wiki every time?
I'm just gonna call you Farms because that was your original name.
Yeah, so that was Banani's original name was Banani.
That's it. What you started with, that's what you get. I've just been.
Okay, so Banani and Bully those.
I can't believe we're dead naming people in Pride Month. It's just terrible. Can you believe that? Not
Dude,
allowed. Not allowed. We're gonna get banned.
Last week I had to Google what dead naming was and I already forgot.
That's okay. It's not important.
I just remember it was some gay shit. Literally, probably.
Okay, so this is going to be a fairly nice raiding mantis on the right-hand side for Bully here. He managed to just get past the tank. So that's really nice. That's actually going to deny like 3 mexes here.
Quite some time, yeah.
He didn't really deserve to get that pickup, but he did get it. As you can see, the difference between this here and this here is looking real good for Bully.
Yeah, actually, Bully is the one that's gonna be raiding Banani there. And you would think that Banani would have a slightly better scaling because he moved his ASU so much later than Bully did. Like, Bully, that's factory that the Edge built, he's gonna secure a lot of reclaim with it. But he lowered his early game scaling because he walked earlier, right? So he didn't use the build power. And Banani basically had 2 extra engineers in his base for a full 1.5 minutes. But the bases look very equal. Banani is actually gonna stop to build a factory there, but Bully might be able to steal his reclaim in mid, which is not a lot, but like it's free, so
yeah. I feel like we kind of
why don't get it?
We kind of bullied Bully for this factory, but actually because he walked there, he then had his ACU in the middle much earlier, and that would have denied any raids coming through like anyway. So I feel like that's actually quite a nice defensive play. It completely blocks the raids. You could see that Banani had like 5 tanks in the middle. He wasn't able to do anything with them because the ACU was just sitting there. I feel like that's actually not as bad as we thought.
Yeah, now Banani sends all his tanks to the left side. He does at least have an engineer there. So that's expanding relatively fast. Actually, 2 engineers. He's a bit behind grabbing the Maxis and Reclaim at the back of his base. Like, that single engineer has got miles ahead of him. Look at what this engineer here got queued up. Like a 5-minute trajectory of making 1 max, one reclaim thing, 1 max, 1 reclaim thing.
He's just he's able to predict his opponents so far into the future. This is quite a nice little micro play down here, moving this engineer here to avoid the oncoming raid. He might actually get away with that.
But there's more tanks
he moved it. I think he would have survived. Oh no, never mind.
Okay, so that's a decent raid. He kills a max. He probably should retreat, but he probably doesn't know how much units Bully has. So that's kind of a necessary win. Like, Bully's start was quite a bit better from the looks of it. He stole Banani's reclaim, so he got 1k reclaim from mid. Banani got nothing. You can see it in the score as well that he is a decent bit ahead. But I mean, Bully won the first game, so I'm hoping Banani wins this one.
Absolutely.
That's the way it should go.
I thought you said that top-rated players don't have fire-based wars, but look in the middle, they're both making a PD next to each other.
If only people had the ability to do that on a certain map called Festia. Oh my fucking god, dude. No, just make a gun and walk in and die or win. Amazing. Oh, 1 choke point in mid? Yeah, I can't believe I have to send units there. Oh wait, he did. Guess I lose. Nothing I can do.
So this move up at the left-hand side here by Bully is going to prompt a massive reaction here of basically all of Banani's units.
Oh yeah.
To try and protect this expansion in the corner.
It kind of makes sense though. Mid is kind of on lockdown at the moment because of the PDs and the ACUs. the top left, those engineers, would have been better for Banani if he tried to send his units there earlier instead of to mid, because that is Banani's advantage. Bully doesn't have the bottom right secured. He has units there, but no engineers. And, okay, Bully just finished the transport, so he's prepping to drop there, and then probably gonna drop here like we saw last week, like for to raid those mexes. Yeah. But the top left gets raided, and that's -4 mexes, and the engineers die. So that's a very good raid from Bully. I'm curious if we will see a gun upgrade, and well, we will see one, but when will we see one is the bigger question, better question. T2 lands, done from Banani, starting at Tech 2 Pigeon. Bully is also finished his Tech 2 lands, but it's just upgrading maxes for now. So Bully just finished his first Tech 2 max. Banani is slowly making one unassisted. Another nice raid here. Should be able to catch... Well, no, never mind. It should have been able to kill the engineer, but it just turns around.
Yeah, that mech down in Bully space was rushed pretty aggressively. He had basically all of his build power on that.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's super efficient when you...
Eco extremely even, by the way. Extremely even eco.
Okay. I keep forgetting to disable Supreme Scoreboard, so I have to Alt F2 to see their ecos.
I will keep an eye. I'll keep an eye on it. It's all good.
Yeah, so it kind of became a bit static. They're just... Both of them are kind of ecoing, scaling their stuff, securing their side of the map. The corners keep getting raided, but aside from the corners, they've secured their areas pretty well. Bully, however, if you look at... like, this is... An entire area is cleaned up.
Oh yeah, no reclaim
there. He reclaimed very well there. Bully is on 8k reclaim, while Banani is on 6k. Both of them are E-stalling, by the way. At the exact same time. Well, it's because Banani was making a gun while making a stack to Pigeon at the same time. So that is not the best timing. Probably should have waited with his gun a bit. Please pass your gun upgrades. That's literally what's causing you to stall. He's wasting like 20 mass income on that stuff. That's a bit sad.
He wants to finish his stealth upgrade.
Oh, so while I was doing that aggressive Rhino drop from Bully, again on the plateau, kills a lot of mexes.
4 mexes.
There's a counter drop from Banani, which is idle for now, but it's also later, so it being later is a decent deal. Okay, it kills 4 mexes and...
That's a pretty good deal, I would say.
That's pretty good.
He's also going to get the Hydro, which, considering as Banani has got E problems, is pretty good.
Nah, if Banani finished his stack to Pigeon, so that will be fine.
Yo, we've got the best unit on the field. Are you ready?
Where's the beetle? Ah, I see.
Let's go!
Let's go, my hero. I mean, unironically, it's... I mean, you shouldn't build too many this early on, but I would like some hoplites too, as well. Like on a straightforward. Oh, I guess he's gonna do a big push through the center. Like Banani got gun stealth and is making nano. Bully doesn't have an upgrade yet, so Bully is behind on upgrades by a decent amount. And this Rhino raid is doing the same damage that Bully did to him. There's a Jester to kill them, but it's 2 Rhinos, so it will take a lot of time. And Bully, honestly, is quite slower in sending some defenses. How are these units here? Where did they come from?
I think they walked. I think they were dropped, and they walked here.
I thought they were mountaineers for a second.
No, I don't think they climbed up.
Funnily enough, these 2 Jesters do deal with the raids. I mean, Jesters, after the rebalance, they got made a lot worse being used aggressively, but defensively, they're still super good.
This is a really nice raid by Bully in the top left, actually. He's going to kill all of that again.
But there's a factory, and I'm not sure if Bully will be able to kill the factory before his units die. And that's a big deal, because if he can't kill the factory, like, he kills 4 Tech 1 Maxes, but he loses 5 Rhinos, so it will be a net loss. Bully is pushing into the nano gun issue from Banani.
He doesn't know it's nano gun, though, yet.
Banani is a bit afraid. Makes sense, because Bully has a big army in mid. a big push on the right side as well. Well, not that big, but I think the PD should be able to stop it.
Yeah, the PD will hold that, I think.
Let's look at Eco. Bully is still on those 2 Tech 2 maxes that he rushed. He's going just mass Tech 2 spam. He is T2 air now, but no aggressive air units planned.
Yeah, extremely successful
also...
raid up here. That's really nice for Bully.
No,
Who has gone up to, he's gone up to Tech 2 air, by the way, but he's only building Tech 1 air out of it.
I love how you're saying the exact same thing I said like 2 seconds ago.
No, sorry.
Like word for word, it was almost identical.
No.
Even mentioning that it was just Tech 1 air. By the way, a little drop on the left.
This is nice, yeah.
That's nice.
Is that engineers? No.
Please don't die.
Yo, please make this drop work. Do you know what's on the transport? Beetles! It's beetles! Let's go! Banani, don't die to this rip mid, please.
Yeah, he has nano and he has some support units, so he should be in a better position than Bully. This drop is kind of AFK though.
Well,
that G was fucked.
Go! Well, he's got stealth, right? So they're not. Yeah. It's not seen at all. He's got stealth and cloak on the beetles. So
yeah, they're invisible until the deceiver dies.
Mm.
Bully
here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
It's beetle time.
Dude, he can go after the pigeon. I think that's the best target. Or he can kill 2 Tech 2 maxes. Is that? Yeah, yeah. Kill the other one. Yeah, that was
very nice, very nice.
Oh, I love that.
What a move!
Now I definitely hope Banani wins. But yeah, Bully's doing a huge push from mid. Banani's up like 15% mass income because of those 2 beetles. Because the mass income on this map is quite low. There's another little drop at the bottom right here.
This is kind of a weird place for this army to be, but because it had a deceiver, it just wasn't found at all. Yeah. Even though it's right in the middle.
I think Banani's being way too careful. He should jump on this army right now. Yeah, he is. Like, at the end of the day, Bully is not in front of his army. Plus, he doesn't have nano. Oh, single beetle, let's fucking go! That was pretty good. Banani is...
that fight is a great position for Banani, because it's right outside the factory for reclaim.
Bully is farming it now. Bully has a way better, like, condensed army force. Banani's ACU was completely out of position. And Bully is getting more value with his ACU, even though he doesn't... Oh, this beetle! Oh! That beetle did like 5k damage.
Neither of them have really got the...
in good position, but he should die now.
Neither of them have actually got the energy to overcharge repeatedly. They're only like plus 200 each.
Yeah, but Banani ran out of units. He might just die. There's one more beetle. The beetles are kind of carrying Banani here, but...
it's hard to say.
He might have enough regen to make this worth it. He OCs a flak. That's not really going to help him.
Another beetle coming in. It's going to be close. If the beetles can kill the rhinos... Oh, no, it got primaried. Yeah.
But I think Banani will stabilize here, and eventually his nano will win versus Bully.
Yeah.
Like, why is he retreating? Like, he has to stay next to Bully. This reclaim field is the entire game now. There's, how much? 7k mass just in this little area? There's some tech to air from Bully, though, which is very scary. There's flex left from Banani. Banani just has to chase down Bully's SU. He got 70 more regen.
Well, here comes the gunship snipe. But, Renegades don't do the highest DPS on a singles target.
There's a flak. But it's kind of being put at the front. So
Renegades are going after the power to prevent overcharge.
Ooh.
That's an interesting decision there.
Very importantly, Bully dropped the reclaim with the transport and is stealing a lot of it, which is such a good move. And the Renegades killed so much of the power.
They killed all the power.
There's only the detective pigeon will die, I think. The gunships are too spread, I think.
Oh, it's going to be close.
There's not enough flak. No, it will die. I think that's game.
There's no power left for Banani here.
How much is he on?
He's on 1,000. On 1,000
he's got another detective pigeon. I completely missed that. This is recoverable for him. It's bad. It's a super bad position, I think. But he is same income as Bully still. But it's super important that he secures the reclaim field. Bully stole a bit of it. By the way, I feel like this fight should have gone way better for Banani because of his nano. But I feel that quite sometimes, like he did get 2k more mass kills, and Bully just had a bigger push in general. However, Banani was at times a bit too passive with his ACU, and that didn't help him at all. T2 transport coming from Bully. Is he evacing out?
Is he? You coward! He is. He's leaving. I mean, that's actually kind of
such a smart move.
Yeah, it's kind of smart.
Because he knows his opponent has no air. He's just like sending his units then, and he's going probably back to mid. He's raiding the mid from Banani.
That is pretty smart.
Yuri once again confused about the gesture balance change that happens before he temporarily left FEF for like a year.
How long ago was that? Like
2 years plus ago. First time I heard about that.
What are patch notes for 500, Alex? We don't look. Look, he came here to blow stuff up. He didn't come here to read. All right, he doesn't want to read. It's understandable.
Dude, one of these gunships has 1200 mass kills. I think these gunships single-handedly will win him the game because the map control for Banani is so bad right now. But there's even a Tech 1 engineer of Bully. He's capping the upgrading maxes at the back here. That's upping. That's upgrading.
Oh, the other one.
That means the other one might have been upgrading too.
That's amazing. I think all the gunships on the right-hand side got taken care of by the flags.
They tried to snipe the power. That is great for Banani, by the way. Yeah, that's a big win.
This is a kind of a good win for him as well.
Another fight in mid, another big win. Bully is getting nano while he's suiciding a lot of units. Every win like this is what Banani needs to get back into.
It's time
he is
to
still
push.
Far behind.
He needs to push. Look how many beetles he's got.
Bully just finished 70 to maxes, by the way.
Yo. Oh, he's doubled the mass income. Banani, you got to go right now.
Banani is on 6 stack to maxes too.
Banani, you got to go now.
Max got capped. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Again, more gunships on the right, but they're not defended, but they are not being killed either. I think Banani is too passive with the ACU. Like,
he's got to go right now.
He has to go. He has 3 tech 2 pigeons, by the way. 3, so that's so much OC. He's
also got like 10 beetles. He can.
The issue is he has no intel. He has no idea that there's even an army there. This is the edge of the.
Oh no.
Of his intel. That's
so sad.
So bad.
Banani, you can kill him right now. You just got to go forwards. The beetles will murder him.
He finished the nano. He won't be able to kill him now. Like, he will not lose this, but he will not win it either. And he could have denied the upgrade, which is a huge deal. Nano is so important here. And Bully secured both corners. He dropped Rhinos again on the plateau here. He's even dropped engineers and is taking the maxes.
Bully is walking in, which is Bully is walking in. Just click in with all of the. Oh no, he comes back.
No. Bully walking in is what Banani should have done, because Bully now is nano, so he knows that with the nano he's pretty confident. These beetles though, he needs to properly split them. He has got a lot. I think he's gonna try an all-in snipe, but he's shift-G'ing the beetles, which is the polar opposite of how you micro them, because their pathfinding is bad. Yeah, you want to like spread move them and then shift-G behind Bully's ACU.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Well, Bully sees them. Bully sees them now because of his ACU.
Well, here comes the beetles. Oh, the rhinos are just primarying them.
Yeah, Bully has a little thing called. Oh wait, some beetles do a lot of damage.
Big damage! Big damage by those beetles there.
Bully has a little thing called beetle fire priority, which is a bit of a scam, by the way.
That is a cheat, by the way.
That is a cheat. I'm very upset that that's even possible, by the way. But by the way, Banani wins this fight, I think. He has flags. Bully loses all his air here, and he wins a 7k reclaim field, Banani. So even with a bit of target priority, he wins this. Because the beetles did blow up a lot of T2 units because Bully panicked and shift-G'd his army in. and that's why the AoE of the Beatles really fucked him up.
So in the top right, the Mex is changed back hands again.
Honestly, with this reclaim field, I feel like Banani should rush a T3 Max.
He can get back into the game here for sure.
Bully is going T3 land now. The top left is being raided by some random bombers. I think I like that a lot. I think he should do it to the bottom right. A lot of gunships coming for...
yeah, but they're going to walk straight into the inties. That's not a good move.
He's going for a pigeon snipe, but he has 2 other pigeons, so losing this 1 pigeon is not that big of a deal, in my opinion.
It's also, I think the gunships cost more than the pigeon, right?
They do, especially considering that Banani gets the reclaim from boats.
If only half of Bully's air force wasn't out of fuel. Nothing he can do there.
This might be a big comeback for Banani.
Let's go, Banani. Yeah, maybe.
Like, Bully kinda lost air. The top left, he is gonna
look at him getting the reclaim here. These engineers, some of these engineers have like 1,000 reclaim in each. That is unironically huge.
What is scary though is Bully is 70% to T3 lands, and Banani is not started his land upgrade yet. Banani is making his 4th stack to Pigeon now. I think that's a bit overkill for only having 80 mass income. He's floating a lot of mass. 40 rhinos for Banani, 25 rhinos for Bully. So maybe Banani just has to keep doing his super mid push, but Bully also has nano, so it's not evident who's gonna win this.
How many beetles have we got here? Like just 6.
Again, the army formation for Bully seems better. He has a better concave here. And a lot of the units from Banani are in reinforcements, but they will take time. And the first brick is being made. Honestly, I feel like Bully should have gone first Trebuchet and dropped it behind his ACU, and then Gunfight in the middle of Banani's army. And it would farm everything.
Top left is going back to Banani right now.
Let's see mass income. Bully is at 109. Banani is at 77. He is still behind. But he is kind of slowly making some difference here. Banani is about to get his last vet on the SU. Has to be a bit careful not to idle his SU. Banani?
Banani? No!
Okay. No.
Under attack!
No. This, okay, he realized. Thank fuck. Okay, he got the last vet. He has too much HP, by the way. He was on 20k HP, so...
It's fine.
Because of all the
it's
vets
fine.
he got. But that is not what he needs.
So first brick is leaving the base. In response, Banani puts all of his Tech 1 build power in his base onto T3. That's now 70%. So it's a nice engagement here for Bully. This is too spread out. I don't think that T3 is going to be an overwhelming advantage. It'll be a couple of bricks ahead, though, I guess.
Yeah, Banani has way more tech too. He did kind of catch up here. He did counter raid. Like, that big fight in the middle with the Beatles, that actually brought Banani back into the game. Before that, like, he managed to defend, but he was so down on mass. That 7.5k reclaim, that really helped him kickstart, like, his T3 lands and some more eco. Kind of surprised he didn't rush the T3 max. He just made some random T2 maxes over the map, which is a bit more vulnerable. Do they have TMD, actually? I am not seeing any.
There is one TMD for Bully. It's right here.
0 for Banani.
None for Banani at all.
There's a brick drop here.
Yeah, that's going all the way around.
Let's see Banani's intel. Does he have... He does have a Tech 2 radar that sees up until, like, here.
I think these PDs are actually going to prevent the raid of that top corner. They are. That's very nice. And all of the inties are rallied into a flak there on the top left. That's slightly unfortunate.
Yeah, that's... Well, the flak is already low, so the gunships might be able to kill it. The gunship is not shooting at the flak is not shooting at the gunships. Oh, neither are the gunships at the flak, I guess. So, oh, look
The
at the
brick
drop.
drop
He
got caught
spotted.
there.
That's a big deal. This mid fight, what am I looking at? Both of them need a trebuchet here. At least Banani is the Beatles. He keeps shift G'ing the Beatles, man. I hate it. I don't like it.
That's the opposite.
Okay, there's a big fight. Banani's pushing in, but look at the Beatles go. Look at these two.
Yo! Boom!
But there's the first. There's so many arties though by Bully.
Unfortunately, rallying the Beatles through the units like that just spreads them out so much.
Yeah, this is not real. The thing is, you kind of want your Beatles to be with your other units and pushing because you don't explode on your other units, right? Just sending the Beatles in almost never works.
105 Medusas for Bully, by the way.
I'll shift G'd into one tiny spot. And Bully actually got almost even on Mascot with the ACU.
Anything which doesn't get microed is going to immediately die to those Medusas.
Yeah. Banani needs to be careful. Like, he looks to be almost dead. He is still on 10 HP. Is he gonna OC the brick? No.
Oh, he's got a dodge.
He's auto OCing, so that's not great. He's fine here. He's got 2 bricks. Well, I say he's fine. He needs to OC the brick, though. Banani, are you gonna not OC it?
He doesn't have
Okay,
enough
he did.
E. He overcharged it, but it didn't kill it.
He doesn't have great vision because of the stealth on Bully's SU. They both need to rally scouts. These bricks though around the back are gonna raid these mexes here.
With the
Because of the
torpedoes. Yeah, the torpedoes. Everything up
Uh,
here is currently idle. They're both concentrating on
They're
the
both
middle.
focused on mid. There's
Yeah.
a nice raid here though by Bully.
Counter
Lots
drop.
of brick.
Counter drop. There we go.
Brick on a lawyer should be able to beat
Very
it.
nice.
But Bully kind of wins this little mid fight. It seemed to have gone a lot better for Bully there. The Beatles. The good thing about Beatles is you don't donate mass and you overkill stuff. So, but the kill death ratio from that fight was probably not very good. Neither player has a T3 max yet, but Banani is slowly starting to cap his maxes.
There's a T2 transport from Banani, and it's going to be dropping engineers in the top left. That's quite a nice recovery. Is he going to lose a brick here? No, he doesn't see the ACU.
I think Bully is about to have a fat mid push.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bricks in here now, actually.
Banani did regen back to 12k.
9 bricks total.
He's still got quite some rhinos. The thing is, in a big fight, if the rhinos just have to focus the arties, if you micro them, they will do great. But dude, these bricks at the top right, they turned around. They didn't even finish the max. Not sure what they've been idle the entire time there. Meanwhile, nice drop from Banani on the bottom right. Cleans that up. But big mid push, Banani needs to watch out. I don't understand why he never made like a static shield in some PDs, by the way.
Yeah, it would have made a huge difference. They're Cybran
again,
players. They don't do PD bases. You know, they just
it's
don't.
so good.
They
Like
don't do
Simon
it.
shields are insane. The cheap ones. They're the best in the game. Again, no great concave for Banani. Like, he should just set up a concave of units like this, and then Bully cannot push.
An opportunity to get a triple brick kill here with an overcharge. Oh, he didn't have enough E. That's so sad.
Oh, that's OC. Oh, no, I guess it's
No,
flag.
no.
The bricks finally make landfall, and they will actually do a lot of damage.
They're going to kill the whole
Banani forgot
base.
about them. They're gonna kill a lot of power. But Banani is halfway to a T3 P-Gen. Does he... Okay, Banani is not power stalling yet, but he's about to. So that means he can't fight with his ACU. Technically, this is the time for Bully to push. He's gonna lose, I think, all his P-Gens. E-Storage is down.
Corsairs are being built for
I think
Banani.
that's... Again, game losing? Like,
Maybe...
Banani is now on...
Here comes the
on
ACU push again in the middle.
Banani is on 400 energy income. 400. I think he has to go all in for Bully's SU. I don't think he can recover from this. The T3 P-Gen is too far off from completion. It will take like 2 minutes to complete there. He has to go for Bully's SU here.
He needs a trebuchet, honestly. That would do so much right now if it was parked like here.
Yeah. Or even like here or something. Would have been great.
Just especially against that Medusa spam.
Yep. To be honest, wait, that's a counter rate from Banani, but kills some
Just going
mexes,
after some mexes, but that's all he got was like one mex.
and
Very
again,
unfortunate here.
Bad brick formation. They're just getting those seeds.
No.
And now Bully is, for the first time in this game, ahead in mass killed on the ACU by 3k. And now I think Banani might not have time to win it anymore. Bully doesn't have a T3P gen, so he just has a lot of E storage. So he can't continuously OC bricks. He can just do 2 or 3 OCs and then he has to recharge.
You've seen this little engineer fight that's playing out in the bottom right-hand corner whilst the game is being decided.
The T3P gen is still not done for Banani, by the way. It's on 90%.
His E storage is right in front of it as well.
Okay, he has to go for Bully here. Okay, this is the final push.
Right-click him, boys! Right-click him! ACU priority.
Banani is not prioritizing
Do
Bully either. Wait, Banani has to dodge.
Ooh,
well, Bully as well. Neither of them are dodge.
Bully! This is really close.
Oh my god, that was
1,000 hit points.
Bully can still die. Wait, the unit stopped killing Bully. What the
fuck? What?
That should have been a draw, by the way. That should have been a draw.
Were they not on the like priority? What happened there?
The reason why, I don't know what happened at the end. Maybe he accidentally gave an order. But by the way, I don't know what happens if, let's say, Banani dies but Bully lives, and then like 10 seconds right before the game over screen is there, then Bully dies. Is it still a draw, or did Bully win in that situation? I don't know.
I think if you both die before the game ends, it's a draw. Okay. That's how FAF decides to draw, right? If both ACUs die before the game concludes, it gives a draw message. Oh. We'd have to ask Hybrid that one.
I mean, there is, like, the reason why Banani died and Bully barely lived is because Banani was not dodging the shots. He just walked in straight ahead and Bully right-clicked him with the bricks. And Banani did not zigzag at all. And it's hard to dodge a lot of shots, but you dodge some shots at the very least when zigzagging. You always see some brick shots miss. And that extra little bit of time would have been enough for a draw. So if he might got his ACU better, it would have been a draw here.
There you go. Remember, kids, if someone's shooting at you, remember to zig and zag, okay?
that will make it so you won't die.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a little bit more appropriate for our American viewers. But, you know, for everybody else as well, that is good advice. So I will jump back to the client here. I won't show the bracket, just in case we want to jump into a different game.
I mean, we should be looking at the semi-finals now of Blinchik versus Blast.
Okay. Have they started?
I don't see Blinchik or Blast online on FAF, so I'm not quite sure.
Replays. Search name Blast.
They seem to have finished their series. Actually, oh yeah, it's in the, it just updated. So we should
watch that, right?
Well, the thing is, normally, like the tournament format is a lot different from normal. What is usually the case is that you have the quarterfinals and the semifinals on one day, and then the last day there's the third place match into the finals. But now everything is on one day. So if we tell them, and you know, usually you would have the finals for the last series because you don't want to watch the finals and then the third place match, right? But if we now watch this one and tell them to wait for the third place match, and then they have to wait for the finals for that, then we are like hours in. So, I'm not sure what the right move here would be. I don't think, like, if we watch the semifinals, then we can't tell them to wait for their own games, but then it will delay it by a lot because it's all in this day. Attack priority doesn't work on Briggs Bully, but he right-clicked you, but he somehow lost the lock. I think it makes more sense not to watch all the semifinals. Wait, let me see what's Banani's gonna. There's a chance that they won't play the third place match today because I remember Hybrid saying something about if Banani is in the finals, he would rather play another day because he had not enough time. But he's in the third place match, which is relatively similar to the finals. Was it's another series, so I'm not sure if they are even playing it. Maybe ask what they're gonna do.
I will let you figure out the tournament. The whole deal. You just figure it out. I will just use the camera. Easy. Where's Hybrid when we need him?
MIA.
I don't want to show the tournament
Okay,
bracket
they
on
will play.
screen. They're going to play? Excellent.
So all the semifinals, we're not gonna watch it because we will now watch the third place match. We can't cover everything, sadly. But Blast beat Blinchek 2-1.
Is it okay
That
to
means,
show the is it okay to show the tournament bracket, or is it going to spoil?
Yeah, you can show it now.
All right, let me give it a
Because
sec.
we won't be able to. If someone wants to watch it themselves, close your eyes.
Spoilers, spoilers.
And deafen yourself. Remove your sense of taste and feeling.
And unplug yourself from the internet as well.
Exactly. So Blast beats Blinchek 2-1. That means the third place match will be Banani versus Blinchek. And the finals will be Bully versus Blast.
So
So
we're
far,
gonna get Blinchik versus Banani first, yeah?
yep. And Bully and Blast will wait for us, which is a bit unfortunate for them, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, just enjoy the game. Throw some memes in the chat. Enjoy it, because you're going to be suffering next, right? So get to enjoy some other people watching. Is the sound Is the sound balanced? By the way, there were some people saying the sound had a slight issue. Some person was quieter than the other. Let me know if that's fixed, or if you want me to adjust it a bit further. This is not like the old streams in which I couldn't change anything. All fixable now.
Yeah, audio is fun, but it's just these annoying voices that keep yapping about some bullshit.
Yeah, people just yapping and ruining the game.
A bunch of yappers. Dude, I love that the main reason why Banani was close to a comeback. Like that power snipe completely ruins him, but before that, he was kind of making a comeback. And I love that the main reason for that is because of the Beatles. Those single-handedly allowed him to get this comeback.
Yeah, Beatles, great unit.
They carried him hard.
We just need to make sure Bully is banned from using Beetle priority, because that's clearly unfair to
Lame.
Beatles.
L in chat for Bully.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get out, you bastard.
Yeah. No primarying the Beatles. Can you imagine if StarCraft had like Baneling priority for Marines? The whole game would it would immediately be broken completely. Like nobody would even play as Zerg anymore. That's what you're doing, Bully. Do you understand?
That's what it's doing.
Yeah, get out of here. So we haven't actually watched any of Blinchik's games. Do you know kind of what he did or what his playstyle was?
Usually Blinchik is quite a passive player, where he is that's his strongest playstyle, where he just it's not like he doesn't rate or do that stuff, but his strongest playstyle is generally to kinda defend and out eco your opponent. And I was surprised that like we didn't get either today or last week. We didn't cover any of his games. Last week he got cooked in the what you call it, not qualifiers, in the brackets pool stage. Well, however you call the stage we did last week. He kind of got cooked. I think he lost every single series. Maybe he won 1 out of 4 out of 5. I think that was the case, that he won 1 series, but he didn't make it. But now Vina got disqualified, and then he replaced him. And now he won the first series against Shen, who was one of the top 3 contenders for this tournament, in my opinion, together with Bully and Banani. And so that was an upset. But then he lost to Blast 2-1. But both of them were relatively close series because he got the game of Blast as well. So apparently he's playing a lot better today than he was playing last week, which is good.
Yeah, Azot says that he did it. He's to blame for the Beetle apocalypse. Get him, mods. Get him.
Apparently, I'm being asked that there isn't a specific map pool for the 3rd place match.
Oh, so what do we want them to play?
Well, Strider's asking me to just use the semi-finals map pool.
But I
think that should be fine. Oh, we haven't seen. We only seen two of the maps.
It has to be Seaton's 1v1, right?
Yeah, Seaton's is in it.
Let's go.
And the issue is because the 3rd place match is a best of 3 and the finals is a best of 5. You can't use the finals pool because there's too many maps. And then you have to like, what maps do I remove? And I'm not gonna do that. So we should just use the semifinals map pool. A bit annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, I assume they're doing the vetoing now. We know the right map pool.
People asking why Vina was DQ'd. I don't know the exact reason, but he was banned from FAF for something.
From what I've heard, he was permabanned from FEF for I think it was rating manipulation or something.
Damn.
Because apparently he did that in the past, and the mods warned him. Like, I just heard this roughly, by the way, and don't know how accurate this is. But what I heard, apparently he manipulated his rating in the past, and the mods banned him for it, and they warned him to not do it again. And apparently, recently he played like a win to duel game where his opponent threw on purpose, and that apparently counted. Something like that. Might be off, might be wrong.
Like, if you want to give away rating points, you can always give them to me. I'm just saying. No, don't ban me. Don't ban me. I don't actually want any more rating. I feel like 1200 to 1400 is the sweet spot for FAF.
I mean, it's kind of hard to lose to you, so.
Excuse me? That's true, but that hurts me. That hurts me. That actually did emotional damage. It is kind of hard to lose to me. I'm always doing something stupid. Still don't see the game hosted. Just waiting for them to drop that.
No, they're still doing their
Picks and bans. Let's see if I can see in the.
The thing is, the actual tournament chat. Even though I told Blast and Bully that they would have to wait with the finals until we finished watching the third place match, they are already doing their own vetoes. So that kinda is making the chat a bit of a disaster. And meanwhile, Blin is apparently not here to do the vetoes. Not sure if he was here earlier. Banani is here in the chat. Oh yeah, there, Blinchik was here earlier. Oh, I pinged him again, even though Strider already pinged him.
Ping, 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 ping. Look at the map. Ping, ping.
Mods.
Oh, apparently you can see the chat messages twice. It's if you're watching on Twitch, you see them immediately, and then if you're watching, and then you see them come up later, because I've got a chat bot which is basically mirroring all the chat across all the platforms that we're streaming to at the same time. I'm not sure how I would actually remove that. I think Twitch automatically shows the chat. I would probably have to disable that, which is maybe not that cool.
Who knows?
So we are just waiting for our third place match, Banani and Blinchik, to finish their picks and bans on their map. Then we should be able to jump into their series.
Yeah, right now Blinchik is MIA, so we're kind of searching for him. No, I am not. Maybe some others are. Who knows?
Was he expecting to play today, or like the rest of the thing today? Or I mean, he is. He's just finished his game, right? So maybe he went to
Yeah,
have some lunch.
I looked back at the chat and he was here earlier. His last message is, I guess 1.5 hours ago, but that was before his previous series. In the meantime, we can maybe let me think of a game to watch. Let me quickly go through some games to see if we have an interesting game to watch.
There is a couple of series that we could pick out from earlier on that we didn't see. Maybe one of Blinchik's games. Maybe the series against Shen we could pick up. Because we didn't see any games with Blinchik or Shen through the entire tournament so far. So
That is true, actually. Um, yeah, we can while we wait. Let's see. Shen online? Nope.
no, he's not.
Replay Shen.
I only see team games. I must be searching incorrectly.
Is it descending instead of ascending? I see the game.
I changed the date as well. Okay. No, I can only see 2v2 games for him. Be searching. I'm trying to find today, but
Apparently Blinchik just sends Hybrid a message. I can't play match for third. Need to go. Sorry, and he just left.
huge.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, what was another day, dudes? That is so anticlimactic. Yeah, I'd rather have it be on another day at least. And fucking Strider is doing the who did that? Was it No One Cares or no? It was Syndicus with the sentence tournament where like people aren't here for the captain's pick. I guess everyone leaves the tournament. Strider's like okay, Banani third, Blinchik is gone. Oh yeah, if Banani agrees to playing it on another day, it should be possible. I mean, I guess that this means we should have watched the Blinchik versus Blast series, but I guess it wasn't meant to be. We already spoiled the results.
Yeah. So if they did want to decide whether we play the last two games tomorrow or whether we just do the final, I'm fine with either.
Right now, Bully and Blast are gonna play the finals. So
All right, well
I
we'll
guess
go and watch that either way.
you will watch that
Yeah, we'll
right
go and
now,
watch that either way.
and that should be a best of 5.
Very nice. Let's go and see that.
Sadly, no settings in the finals. Unbelievable.
Cowards.
Bunch of bozos. Okay, bully. Wait, can you put the map pool in front of the screen so people can see it?
1 second, I can. And I just need to go and find the map pool. Tournaments, so FAF forum. Have to verify the time? Verify the time? Human. I'm not human. See me play, you'll know that I'm not very human at all. Tournaments. Spring Invitational. Let's... So... Oh, that white on white text does not look good. Group stage, final stage. Where's the maps? I don't see it.
All the way at the bottom.
Of course.
Oh, dude, my fucking... I just... What the fuck happened? It just deleted me from the website. And I got an error message.
Get deleted. Okay, so the finals is a best of 5. Point of Reason, transport time. Bermuda Locket, Navy fight. Emerald Crater, reclaim time. Craftius Maximus, I don't actually know that map.
Wait, why is
Curtis
it point of...
Major.
Why is this point of reason? It's supposed to be point of reach. That's the 1v1 map. Point of reason, that is the adaptive team game version. Well, I hybrid it again, I guess. Let's assume it's point of... Oh, wait, let me say...
Says best of 5 here for the... Let's say best of 5 for the finals.
Like, I assume it was like a mistype by hybrid. I mean, I made the same mistake myself before. Finals not best of 7? No, but this tournament is already quite a bit longer than usual because there was the qualifier and then there was the group stage where there were last week where there were 5 best of 3s, and now there is a best of 3. Basically, they have played like 8 best of 3s or 7 best of 3s. So the finals being only best of 5 is completely acceptable. The semi-finals also weren't best of 5; they were best of 3s. Like normally, I would say best of 7 makes more sense for the finals. However, because of the rest of the setup of this tournament, it makes more sense to have a little less games in the finals and semis.
Okay, well, we'll go through the bans here. Blast Chilled initially banned Distortion. That's his ban, and then what else? Blast banned Diversity.
Blast banned Diversity. No. Bully banned Tech.
And it will actually be Point of Reach. That is confirmed.
Oh yeah, Craftis Maximus. Distortion. Then Bully banned Certus.
Red Rocks is now banned. Okay.
Actually, whatever. I guess I will just say this. It's so... it feels like a mess reading this. Yo, there should be... if it's 2-2, the last surprise map should be Satins 1v1.
Okay, so Blast picks Emerald Crater 20x20 as his first pick.
First team lead, Knockout hybrids. I mean, I don't like to jump to bully an ex tournament lead. The thing is, a hybrid is more is more active. Well, he's not that active from time to time, but he's trying to get more system working. The thing is, No One Cares was kind of doing it because no one else was willing to. So you have to keep that in mind. Basically, if no one else wasn't there, no one would have been there. It's kind of like, well, no one wants to do this kind of ungrateful thing, and No One Cares kind of volunteered to do it, even though he wasn't that motivated himself. So it is a bit different.
There you go. There's the picks and bans on the screen. Apparently, Setons is too difficult and is unlocked at 2500 rating.
No, he says
1v1.
2400, but Bully is actually 4 rating above 2400. A global though. Okay, so first game is Distortion. We have not seen that map yet.
So all the picks and bans are done. So you can't get out of it by saying you're not 1400. Sorry, 2400 1v1. This is actually global rating that we're doing this on. So I'm afraid you have to play Setons.
Exactly.
Go for the mass and die in the middle. That's how it works.
So the first game is Distortion. The second game is Certus. Then Emerald Crater. Then Wonder Open, and then Point of Reach. So
yeah,
don't really like Wonder Open in this. I feel it's a bit of a. I feel like it's not really a finals level map.
For a 5x5, if it was like the big Wonder Open.
Well, no, huge Wonder Open is not 1v1 material. Holy shit, man. Yeah, this map is. Dudes, in a 3v3 or 4v4, I can't macro it properly. That's in a team game. In a 1v1, that's downright impossible. It's fun to play, but it's not like a 1v1 type, like finals type of map to have. Same thing with normal Wonder. Like it can be fun to play, but it's doesn't really. It isn't that interesting. Like if as the player, it's interesting, but to like it's just a big macro fest kind of. Like I guess the games from last week were good on it, like the Vindex games on it, Vindex vs Blast, and the other Vindex game that sadly somehow got removed from the face of FAP. It was too good to see, I guess.
Okay, I'm just downloading the map because apparently I've never had this map. That's how much of a 1v1 player I am.
It's in the journey to try and increase the maps that a hybrid has to pick from, I went around and looked at some map pools and stuff, and I found this one. And there were some good games on this one that I saw. I mean, the map looks pretty good by itself, so
yeah, I like that.
It's kind of a like early game. It's going to be land and air focused, and then as the game progresses, there's going to be more and more navy focus.
I will be back in about. Let me change the score first. Go back to 0.
Yes, hybrids. I'm happy about those. Just no Saturns. Very sad. Not happy about diversity and wonder being in the pool though. Diversity as well is like a C tier 1v1 map, I'd say. Well, maybe B tier.
I don't know if they're banning factions, actually. I don't know about that.
No, they aren't, from what I've seen. I think Hybrid just said that. I don't know where he said it, but I saw him say it somewhere earlier. Okay, so this is the first game of the finals of the Spring Invitational. At the bottom, imagine Derp zooms in. It is Bully playing with Sarah. And at the top, we have Blast playing as the Yellow Ale. This is a funny little map. Not that much reclaim, but you do have a relatively amount of safe maxes in your base, and that's kind of why I really like the map. Map control is going to be super important, but at least it's relatively easy to get a decent start out.
There are quite a few civilians on the map as well, actually, for reclaiming. That's a war crime, but, you know, war crimes are normal in FAF.
Nah, if they are not from your faction, then it's not a war crime. Then you're saving them.
I mean, right? I feel like that's a pretty Aeon opinion, to be quite honest.
Yeah, cleanse them, man.
Yeah, that's an Aeon opinion. So Waffle's going for he's going to be going for Seraphim, and Blast is going to be going for Aeon. What do you think's the trade-off of that in this situation?
Well, the only thing I think about is I'm happy it's not a mirror matchup for a starter. I don't think any map has a particular advantage on this map. Any faction has a particular advantage on this map, to be honest. Of course, Aeon and Sarah, some hover, is going to be useful, especially in the early game. And eventually, hover flag, I mean, it's always going to be useful on the water map, no matter where. But generally speaking, I think this there's a decent chance this goes into a long game, because it is relatively easy if you look at Blast. Like, he has just one choke point here below his base, and then there's basically one choke point here, and it's a decently wide choke point, but it's the only choke points. Let's say worst comes to worst, he loses a lot of map control. He still has his entire corner where he's basically safe, right? And eventually you will lose stuff to Navy, but Navy pathfinding can be a bit annoying because of the islands and the choke points through the water that there are. So it can take some time to actually lose Navy. So you have some more time to defend. And if you lose land this badly, so your opponent wins it, technically you should have some advantage elsewhere, like on air or in Navy. But it is very easy, I'd say, to defend your main base on this map, and that's why I feel like we're gonna be in for quite a long game.
I would quite like a long game, honestly.
I would like a long game here. I watched one game on this map when I watched the replays to see what kind of gameplay it would be, and it was, I think, Banani versus Blinchek or Swato or I don't remember, but it was Banani against someone, and basically it was a 55-minute game, and it ended up with Raz Boys.
Let's go.
But the Raz Boys were being made before full T3 Max. Like, it was a completely cooked game, but it was kind of funny. First Aurora by Blast tried to raid the corner, but he actually gets caught by the ASU. That's a very good pickup for Bully, because this engineer would have been undefended. And it would have, with some micro, should have gotten killed there.
Yeah, he's kind of unlucky that the... kind of unlucky that
they... aggression from Blast, sorry. Yeah?
Kind of unlucky that the ACU went exactly to where he sent that, to be honest. That's a nice bomb.
He shouldn't have a bomb over an MAA. Honestly, the bomb killing delaying this factory, that was a big bomb.
Next bomb here, question mark?
Was nice, but... the bomber is gonna hide. He doesn't have a lot of intel. I think he missed the engineer at the bottom with the scout.
Well, now the scout and the Inti arrive, but the bomber is taking a break.
The Inti just dies for free. That's a bit unfortunate. But nice early aggression by Blast. Bully's scaling was a little bit better, but This bomber delaying that factory in mid is quite good. Blast leaves his base very late compared to Bully, I have to say.
Well, we've had one bomber, yes, but what about second bomber?
There's no engineers to raid yet. Honestly, this engineer here, it should get killed. That's a very vulnerable engineer. Second bomber is probably going to go for the engineer in the corner. And I feel like it will deny that factory. I feel like the engineer is locked. It's beelining for it, right? No, not quite.
I think it's going to
He's
lock the
killing
factory.
the factory! Got him. Oh no. That is quite a bad loss for Blast. Like, killing denying the factory is quite good. Where's the bomber? Is this a stuck-off map? Did it bomb the inside? No, okay.
Yes, it did. And it denied the factory, actually, which is... It's better than we expected. This other bomber just... Well, the other bomber is providing intel. That's what it's doing over there.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna stay positive.
Eventually, there's gonna be an engineer that's gonna come there, and the bomber will also aggro on it and kill it. So it's not being completely useless there. Little bit of a raid from Bully is gonna deny and kill the engineers in this expansion. It's pretty good. Meanwhile, Bully got his PD up in that location. I mean, there's not really 3 groups to run over with an early scout, especially not on this map, from what I can see. Another bomber coming from Blast on the top left, but he's gonna meet up with this other bomber. I'm not really sure what the purpose of that is.
We're gonna collect them down here.
It's gonna be a collection thing.
Yeah, we're just gonna collect up some bombers. It's fine.
Okay, so Blaze Rush happened by Blast. The first 2 Blazes are out on the field.
Bomber locked.
Meanwhile, Bully is starting to put Yenzins already as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, that's the bomber that gets locked. Meanwhile, the one that's camping the Mexes is still chilling. So Bully is quite a bit further ahead on the lands aspect. He's got more Mexes. He's faster with his ACU. His Tech 2 is also out already. Dude, the bomber got moved away right when the engineer arrived. This bomber. He's killing some pigeons, but he just... Well, he didn't kill them.
I feel like that was a long wait for that bomber.
Yeah, if he just forgot about it, it would have been better. Which is a bit unfortunate. The first Blaze dies to Tech 1 tanks, by the looks of things.
Being microed.
It's about to get vet. Actually, the tank stopped focusing it. Will it get the vet?
Oh no.
Dude, I got the... I had it selected and it got the vet after post-death.
Mods? Sounds like it's, that was cheating somehow.
Mods.
It's a posthumous veterancy award. What it is. It's like when you get a medal after you die in a war.
So Bully needs to be a bit careful. There's around 8 Blazes around him. And he will be able to finish the PD though, but... The Blazes can raid a lot of the Mexes behind him, and I think that's what he should be going for. Bully did go for 2 Navy factories, while Blast didn't even bother for that.
Yeah.
So that's also a difference.
He might get punished here by that, actually.
This is a good fight, though, for Blast. He will catch 2 Tech 2 tanks. Loses 1 Blaze, kills 2 Yenzins.
Yeah, that's a really nice pickup.
And now he can raid a lot of the Mexes there. Bully has... 1 Tech 2 max compared to Blast 0, I think. Oh, Blast is literally about to finish 1, actually.
Where do you think Blast should take these units? Should he come in this way and fight, or should he try to raid with them?
I think he should raid the Mexes. Going for the main base is not a winnable thing. Even if you fight evenly, you're gonna donate mass. And raiding the Mexes is by far the most important thing, especially with how vulnerable this is. That bomber denying that factory is honestly a big deal at this point, because when he eventually raids these Mexes, then Bully can't quickly rebuild it.
There was a PD on the left, but a single fervor basically chewed it down. Now on the far left, we've got frigate pressure and a drop coming in up to the top left. I think that's units, is it? No, it's engineers. So
he's gonna drop the Nexus.
Engineer battles coming. Got a little
So
line here between 2 units into the base.
basically, Bully has been ahead in map control in max counts because he got these three max locations. Well, Blast didn't really use his SU to push on that location. But now his back is getting raided. There is one engineer though that's around there, and actually I think Blast might be overextending with his raids. He's donating quite some units there. Like he killed some Tech 1 Maxes, but he lost 3 blazes there.
He also picked up 3 mexes on the right-hand side with some obsidian pressure, which is quite nice.
Oh, it's true, yeah. Oh, I love some obsidians. But look at the top here! Look at Bully! Scapping the maxes!
That's theft!
Oh.
That's theft! He can't keep getting away with it. He's stealing the mexes.
Land theft! I cannot believe that. Holy shit. Well, so it seems like it will kind of flip around, where Blast will get most of the mid control, while Bully is focused on getting the outside control. Like, a lot of maxes from Bully did die in mid now, to kind of equalize it. But Blast is losing all his top maxes, and there's 2 frigates there from Bully, and they will be annoying. Actually, there's gonna be 5 frigates. I think Bully, yeah, he stopped building Navy, which is the correct move. It is going to be hard to get a lot of value.
He's going to drop this engineer in the bottom corner here. Drop him off to die. You know what that's like? You know, have you ever seen people who have like a snake or something and they put a mouse into the cage to die? That's what happened there.
Oh, man.
They just dropped this poor creature in. This is not going to be a good fight for Blast here.
It cancelled Bully's gun, though.
Yeah, I think, yeah, still worth it then.
I'm not sure how far it was. Didn't quite check it out.
He needs to fear the obsidians. Does so Bully have... He does have overcharge.
So blazes are snakes and the Serra engineers are mouses?
Yeah, the little rice... Or, you know, like the crickets that people feed to spiders. They just put them in the cage and then it just jumps on them. And you're like, man, that was not a fair fight at all. So we've got a little engineer war going on here at the top.
Yeah, it's I like the transport gameplay by Bully. It's got a lot of value from. He has 2 transports actually. He's gonna do an Ilshi drop now, probably all the way at the top.
Yeah, that's a good move.
And the thing is, these frigates from Bully, it seems like a wasted investment because he has 4 there just chilling.
They secured all of this though, to be fair.
Yeah, they're securing that. It means that Blast can't easily like fight back against it. Bully will have vision there for a very long time from now on, unless Blast like invests a lot of blazes, but then the frigates can just move away.
Don't underestimate the radar on frigates. Super useful.
You know what I would like to see from Blast here? He made both gun upgrades. He made quite some obsidians, which are mostly on the right side. But Bully has a lot of Ilshis and Yenzins as well. I would like Blast to get Chrono here. Like, get Chrono on your ACU, make a T2 transport, drop your ACU next to your Obsidians, and stun the unit so the Obsidians can move in.
Well, we've got a drop for both players at the same time.
I think Bully spotted the bottom drop,
He did, but actually, I think it would have gotten in because the Inties were kind of rallied to this location, and the transport was already, like, doing this, but Blast backed out of that one.
This Ilshi drop at the top is quite brutal.
Yeah, that's brutal. He's going to lose one. He's probably going to lose all these mexes to it, to be honest.
I think so too. Bully is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Tech 2 maxes, and he's capping the ones in his main base. Meanwhile, Blast is only on 3 maxes.
Blast does have something in his favor, though, and that is he's got 4 Spectres and many more on the way.
He does have T2A, yes.
He's producing those gunships.
Very importantly, he has no E. Only has, well, he's making a 2nd Pigeon right now, so he can't OC right now. He's on 22 Obsidians. They are draining like 200 E though, which is not nothing. That's like 20% of his E. He doesn't have mobile shields nor flak with his army, which is very weird.
He doesn't. He just doesn't have the E for it.
Well, now he does. Now another nice Ilshi drop from Bully, killing 3 more maxes. There's no engineers there.
And another one on the right-hand side with Yenzines and another one. That's like two units he kind of has dropped there, and he's killed 6 mexes. That's
Bully
really
is
good
raiding
value.
very well with what he has available. Although, to be honest, the 2 obsidians at the bottom, they dropped as well, and they managed to kill that little area. What will win, 2 obsidians versus 2 Ilshis? I don't know.
Well, we've got Resto Field and Gun versus, I think it's Standard Gun, but in 2 parts.
Yeah, standard gun.
Blast needs to be careful here. There's a
I don't think
nice
Blast can push here.
concave.
He cannot push, he has to...
Blast,
he
he's
might
going to
just...
get primaried.
Oh no.
He's not careful.
By the way, even if Blast somehow lives, which I doubt he lives, by the way, even if he lives, this is a complete disaster, because he's gonna lose his entire army. For no reason at all. Half of his army isn't even here.
Is he just going to right-click the ACU with the obsidians? Yes, he is.
Oh no.
Well, the whole army's going to melt.
That was a disaster. There was no need to do this.
I think if he had actually focused the ACU, he might have even... That would have been quite close, because he was shooting anything but the ACU for so long at the start of that fight. I feel like if he'd just gone all in on the ACU, he might have actually gotten the draw there.
I mean, like I said, it is very easy to defend the entrance to the main base. Because of how short your reinforcement time is.
This area is really narrow.
Bully had like double the army size, because half the army from Blast was like reinforcing. So you should be able to push there. But instead you can just get control of the middle, secure the maxes, get all the map control. And he had T2 air, so he could completely clean up the top left corner with his air, get the maxes back. Like, the T2 gunships can kill the frigates.
Yeah.
And he should get all that map control back. Yeah, sure, Bully has some more T2 eco, that's true. But he doesn't have the map control. So I think Bully had to come to Blast there, and Blast should have played defensively in front of Bully's base. There was no need for him to aggressively push into him there. Especially with just Gun at minute 15. Well, I did the push at minute 14, I guess. Like, at the very least, he should have gotten Shield or Chrono, one of the two. And from the looks of things, he only had 1 E-storage as well. Maybe I'm not seeing it correctly. And against Ilshis, you need 2. And so you prefer to have 3 even, because then you have some backup.
Yeah. He only has 1, I can see.
What's distorted about this map?
Bully has 2 E-storages.
Yeah, because he's fighting Obsidians as well, so he also needs 2. But yeah, I think like Bully was like not all in, but he was massively spamming Tech 2. So was Blast, to be fair, but he has to defend his advantage. What is said, like it's I don't really want to call it a throw, because Blast wasn't necessarily winning. It was a completely even game, but he just did suicide for no reason.
Remember that we can see everything, right? And it could be that Blast felt like he was behind because of all the raiding pressure.
That is true, but
he felt like he needed to do something, maybe.
Yeah, but that doing something was completely winning the center of the map, which he already did, right? Bully was down to his corner, and he had the top left corner, but he had the T2 air to deal with that. The moment he cleans up the top left corner, Bully has more T2 maxes, but he has no map control at all.
Alright, let's leave that one.
It was quite sad of a death.
Okay, and we will just in a second we will wait and jump into the second game, which is going to be on Certus Major.
Who's Major?
Certus. Is that right? Okay. Certus?
Yeah. Sorry.
Major Certus? I think he's in the UEF army, I think.
Are you joining? They're impatient.
All right. Calm yourselves. Okay, any second. I am joining. Waiting for the go.
Obsidians and Illusions have same DPS, but Obsidians have more HP but less range. Yeah, but the Illusions were dropped directly on the Obsidians.
Okay.
I mean, I guess the main strength about Obsidians is that you combine them with the mobile shields. Plus, you have the shields on Obsidian, so they regen HP, even which Illusions can't.
And the players sure as hell are ready.
Got set. Ready.
On your marks, get set.
Blast has not picked a faction yet.
Oh, maybe he's gonna play random.
Just don't pick UEF. I mean, on this map, any faction is fine. There's no ups and downs, I'd say. UEF does feel strong here. Strong tech 2 and strong tech 3. Especially on this map, and the choke points, the Percies will be huge. And this map is not really a sniper bot map because of all the choke points. I can see sniper bots get decent value, but it's I can also see them just hit the ball and do nothing.
Let's go over onto the game zone and see how these guys are going to get on. How did you say so little in so many words, Bully? Incredible.
He says my gun AC was gonna clean up the right of the middle area easy. I only went left because he was pushing. Yes, but Blast can fake a push and then not actually push. And then Bully is not cleaning up the right side. Also, him cleaning up the right side doesn't mean he owns the maxes. He left for food. Maybe he did. Before you joined, they were talking about Blast getting his food soon.
Oh. It's going to be performance enhancing drugs.
Also, Andrani was right that you should make the chat size a lot smaller.
Really? I think it's nice that it's big.
No, it's not at all.
You don't like it? Hold on.
No, I really don't like it.
The thing is, it will require a stream restart in order for that to take effect.
What?
So.
Why? Don't you have just a slider?
Yeah, but that's not in OBS. That is being added outside of OBS because it's across all 3 streams are being combined. There's a bot that's reposting every comment from the other streams into each one, so it's all nice and even. It's not a. I will see what I can do. He said he will go and get his food. We should start a replay ?
Hybrid says Blast has to go for 15 minutes. He said it 3 minutes ago.
Okay, we can catch a.
Let's see. Replace Shen. Tonio.
Let's just dodge back out of this then.
Let's also try to watch a map that we have not watched yet. So, Crossfire Canal, Blinchek versus Shen. It's the second game of their series.
I literally am unable to find it.
Let me link the.
Just send me the thing in
URL.
Discord, and I will. And then when it's joining, I will.
Yeah, just share the POV.
There we go. A joining game. And whilst that is, I will attempt to make the chat slightly.
I'm attempting.
I have reduced the chat size by like a third. Don't ever say I don't do anything for you.
Magic.
Magic.
Well, I'm not watching it actually, so you're not doing it for me.
Okay, so Blinchik and Shen, and we're playing on the classic pizza map here.
share your
I will share my screen on Discord so you can
thingy.
see what I'm looking at, and you can pick up stuff that I so you'll be able to pick up on the things I miss. So we'll just, you want to go +1, +2?
+1.
Okay, let's go +1. Let's have a quick look here. Playing in the blue EF, we've got Shen. And
Fuck you for that.
and in we've got a evil purple seraphim looking to devour the galaxy. That's going to be Blinchik.
Did you
Small
not
rating
realize
difference.
it's not actually blue EF, it's bloof?
That sounds unnecessarily pedantic, to be quite honest, but sure, we can call it bloof. So
Like
first,
blue E, that means there's 2 E's, but there's only 1 E.
all right, it's like your pin.
You made the joke, it better be lore accurate, bitch.
Lore accurate jokes. Listen, let me get my pin number and my my redundancy stuff, and we'll redo it. We'll call it bloof. He's playing in the bloof over here. He's at the top of the pizza. Both got 2 engineers rushing the hydro. Engineers spreading out as you would expect. Manual reclaim orders for Shen. No manual reclaim orders for Blinchik. He is instead opting to use the attack move here.
The start is always so awkward on this map. It's
The mechs
like,
feel very far apart.
the maxes are very far apart. You do have a lot of reclaim, but you have to manually reclaim it through the start. The hydro is awkwardly placed. All at the same time, you have to transport rush, and it's just so weird. All of it. It feels so weird.
So Inties and... Oh, that's some nice micro there. He can catch the scout. He does. And he'll probably win that little Inti fight as well. So that's quite nice for Blinchik.
Yeah, he does get the first air win out, but the transports... Wait, there's no transports from Shen yet? Well, what did he make from his air factory?
He made...
Very much...
Well, Blinchik has just got his first transport now.
Yeah, but Blinchik made a transport in 2 ints, but... Like, Shen rushed an Inti and it kind of just died, and...
Yeah.
Like, it feels like after that Inti rush you should have gone instant transport, because Blinchik should have been distracted by that Inti anyway.
Yeah, when he was fighting here, the transport can...
I mean, maybe Shen was stalling because he just finished the transport and he's on 200 E and minus 100 per second.
Well, now the transport's out for Shen, but it's going to fly into the Inties here if it's not careful.
He's going to the wrong side as well, and he didn't move his SU, so...
Maybe he can use this to win air.
I mean,
Oh, that's brutal.
This doesn't seem like a great start. This really seems like a fucked start. He drops where he doesn't want to drop. He should have at least dropped over that little ledge. He does kind of win air, but...
He could technically pick back up and go again if he wants.
Yeah, he has no E, right? Well, I guess Blinchik has no E either, but...
Shen stalling. Blinchik has E in the bank.
I feel like the power scaling of both of them is way too slow. But at least Blinchik dropped the Hydro to build. Like, the early air seems a lot better from Shen. Okay, Shen also dropped the Hydro finally. He's now doing a little bit of an aggressive drop, but it's so delayed. And he won't even be able to make it towards the...
Oh, he's using that damaged transport. He
no.
he went all in there. Oh, that is unfortunate, Shen.
Blinchik is also moving his SU out, and Shen isn't, so that's another advantage he has. Like, Shen dropped the Hydro, but he didn't drop his 4 max, and if you compare to the left, like the expansion of Blinchik, it's a lot slower. Blinchik also got his proxy up on the top left.
Yeah. So map control is looking not great right now for Shen. He's on just the 1 pizza slice, basically.
I mean, he should be able to secure at least the second one. The third one, though, is gonna be hard because his ASU isn't there.
In
And
pizza
that's kind of
terms,
why... yeah, he's less hungry, man.
yeah.
Usually what would happen is you send your first drop to one area and your ASU moves to the other one. Even though your ASU is not necessarily playing to do a lot, but it's better than just chilling in base as functioning as two engineers. And it's kinda, because the drop on the other slice is gonna be later, your ACU will be able to like kinda delay the opponent's proxy, or at least help fight against it. But there's 4 bombers coming, but they're all dying to the AA one by one. Like, these bombers are not being cost efficient whatsoever from Shen.
Meanwhile, these two anti-airs are extremely valued. Shen's
And at
got
the
his own
bottom-
base up here, but it's under pressure already.
We can go to +0, by the way. Like, I feel like I already can't point out enough things. This map is quite action heavy.
Oh, that's a friendly fire on his own engineer just as it was about to finish the factory there. That's very unfortunate.
And by the way, Blinchik just managed to drop the bottom expansion. Like, Shen had indies there, but he flew away right before Blinchik dropped, so he didn't manage to kill it. And now there's another hidden transport on the right side, and he's probably gonna try to make another proxy on the right slice.
And those proxies are so annoying because he can float Zuis over everywhere, and the UEF cannot really do anything about that. This proxy is gonna, this base here is gonna fail for sure. That's very expensive.
You is saying there should be a random except UEF faction option, but that makes no sense for a map like this. It's not like Sarah is slightly stronger here, but that's mostly because of the Navy aspect, and there's no Navy happening. Well, I guess there's Phobos for Sarah, but like Sarah is stronger, but UEF definitely can win against Sarah if you're a better player, or even if you're an even player. The reason why Shen is kind of being cucked is not because of his faction. It's T2 air out from Blinchik. It just now started from Shen. Like, the E-income is even, but Shen is just a lot later on income. Blinchik reclaimed double the amount of Shen, by the way. He cleaned up his back pretty well.
That's actually an enormous difference. Double the reclaim already. Blinchik just on way more mass. He's got the Pac-Man half of the pizza, as you can see.
Another drop at the bottom. It does land, but Blinchik stays used there. And Shen is not being able to probably secure his left slice. His ASU is there, but it's too late. Like, he's not losing the slice, but he's not winning it either. And this is such a big delay.
I was going to say he should be able to get good value with his ACU over time here, but realistically it's not going to be any more than Blinchik, who's just going to farm these factories for free.
Yeah, even though it's kind of true, Blinchik already accomplished his goal, which is this drop is not supposed to win the slice. It's supposed to deny it for as long as possible. And now Shen has to pay a lot of attention into that, and Blinchik is kind of just... He's stealing some reclaim even with engineers there. And he's kind of just sending his units everywhere. But now he's starting to focus on Navy, and he went T2 air. Stack to Pigeon is done. Blinchik is massively stalling. 100 mass per second. He's rushing a T2 max with like 10 T2 engineers.
Yeah, Shen has not spotted the naval factories at all. He does see, obviously, the frigates, so he must know about them. First Tech 2 gunship out for Blinchik, and that's heading over to raid the right-hand island.
And it's a Sarah gunship, so just a singular gunship is already quite threatening there. But yeah, this seems very bad for Shen. It seems like he will just snowball out of control.
I mean, he's going to have to micro his ACU like an absolute monster just to deal with these factories.
But like the thing is, even if Blinchik could showcase all his stuff on that little slice, Shen is still getting cooked.
Yeah, I mean the development on this versus this island is huge.
Yeah, even if you look at the reclaim now Blinchik is 5k reclaim ahead. So it's just getting worse. And he can reclaim more easily because he's not getting raided everywhere.
Mm.
And now this singular gunship is gonna kill all the nexus.
Yeah, Shen also behind in air, so he's not got that going for him either. So how should Shen handle this air on the right? Should he just suicide on the gunship, or it's undefended right now? I guess it's already done.
Like right now, yeah, there's some opportunities. I guess he doesn't have intel there. Honestly, I think it is impossible to win the game from Shen. If the only way for Shen to win it is through a 30-minute grind, and somehow Blinchik is gonna throw away all his advantage over time. But Blinchik is so far ahead. Like, well, he starts e-stalling now.
He has a big e-stall as well. It's 1,000. But this army can probably just kill the ACU, honestly.
If he isn't e-stalling, he has double the mass income. Plus he has 2 pigeons ahead. Plus he has a big army on the left slice. He's got more navy, he's got more air, he's got more of literally everything. 7k reclaim ahead now. And I think Shen is about to get cooked here. But I think it's a lost. It's kind of sad that it's so snowbally, this game.
Well, there's a Tech 2 transport loading up units for Blinchik, so he's going to start pressuring the right-hand pizza slice. And Shen is forced to withdraw his ACU from the left-hand pizza slice because there's just too many units.
Okay, Shen is making some sense.
Oh no, Shen's got his air court here as well.
Oh, you're better ahead of me. That's not good.
Oh yeah, that air loss. Hulk base control K.
Mods, are you
watching? Mods!
No matter the situation, if you full base control K, you are banned.
No.
No matter the context, unlucky.
I think the emotional damage of losing his air, which is one of the few things he had going for him. He had like 6 Tech 2 gunships. He could have actually, I mean, it would have taken a long time, but he would have been able to maybe do something to Blinchik's ACU, but...
Well, yeah, the thing is, it was 6 stingers, so it's not even like, it's less damage than a normal gunship, because they're so cheap to make.
Yeah.
It's like UEF labs. They're very good to raid, but in a straightforward battle, you need more of them to have achieved the same thing. Yeah, this was sadly very snowbally. This is also kind of a good map for Blinchik, I'd say. It's a very good macro map for him. You can like, it was a bit of a snowball game, sadly, but you can see maps where you have to reclaim a lot, expand a lot like this. Like here, Blinchik has radars everywhere. He has 13 Tech 1 radars all across the map. And he basically scouts anything where there might be a proxy.
Yeah, at the moment that proxy started preventing that island here, about 5 minutes.
That was
the
really
graph kind of tells the story there.
So, oh, that was. I'm just checking out what might be good games. Let's see. Maybe. I mean, I did already spoil all the other matches.
Yo, stop spoiling the results.
Yo, we weren't supposed to watch this. There's Blame Blast. We can watch the Blinchik versus Blast on Whitefire, because we have not seen Whitefire either. There you go. Blinchik plays Mostly random. Well, Blinjik is actually a bit of a chat. In tournaments, he sometimes plays random.
What an absolute
Uh,
monster.
yes. So maybe right now he's also playing random in these games, but who knows? You do now, Blinjik doesn't get the satisfaction of killing his opponent's base because he base contra Kate. That's unbelievable.
Okay, so we're going to be on White Fire, which is a map we haven't seen before. If I remember correctly, it's the one with the reclaim in the water. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Zoom in front of their bases.
Yo, we got a T3 naval yard wreck. 2 of them for each player. So that's 15,000 mass available for both players. So Blast.
Yeah, so basically this map, as long as you're not UEF, you're fine. Although maybe with the
Balance
recent UEF
team?
destroyer
Balance
change,
team?
it's better. But generally speaking, Aeon and Sarah are good because they have hover, and their T2 Navy is also very good. Siren, well, the early game frigate spam is very good for it, and also it's Salem's can now defend a lot better on a map like this with because they have the highest range. I played a 1v1 on this like 1 or 2 weeks ago, and basically I lost kind of a lot of map control, but because I had Salem's against, I think it was Aeon, I have now more range, so you could kind of sit in the bay and like shoot over the islands into the enemy navy, and they can shoot back, right? So you can kind of abuse the islands.
That's so unfair.
Well, it's not because I lost all my maxes because I had to abandon it. So it comes at a cost, but it can work out. I just realized my game was paused. I was like, wait, is Blast AFK? No, I was
Oh,
AFK.
I'm at 1 minute 40.
That's fine, I will just plus 10. The start here, we should plus 0 this probably.
+2 or +1?
No, plus 0. The start is pretty important here.
Well, they're both basically massively reclaim boosted starts, right? Where they're building almost only E. Is that right?
Yep. So you're supposed to fully abuse the 3K reclaim in front of your base. Scale as fast as possible. There are some early, like, first bomber shenanigans you can do to deny that reclaim.
Yeah.
Because if your opponent is scaling just on that reclaim and then you get fucked over because of it, then it's quite bad.
Okay, so I just got a PM from Bully who says they're ready for the second game. Do you want to continue this or should we jump over?
Well, this is not that long of a game, so we can +1 it.
Okay, let's +1 this game.
You can wait a bit.
I will message him back.
We already started watching it, so you should probably finish it now.
Okay, replay. Please wait 5 mins. We're on 1 speed. There we go. Okay.
So basically, I'm kind of surprised by by some of the decisions from Blast. Like he rushes the Hydro in front of his base, but instead of getting the Hydro that's closer, well, he's kind of getting both at the same time. But I guess it will be fine.
This E balance is amazing, though.
Yeah, kinda. But there's one thing I kind of worry about, and Blast only has 2 factories in his main base. Shen has 3. I think 3 are an absolute requirement because there's at the back there's so many 3 groups to reclaim, and in general there's just like right now there's still 30k reclaim on the map, and you kind of want to scale build power with 2 land factories at least.
Well, Blast only got 2. He has queued up a 3rd factory, but it's going to be an air factory, and when that starts, as soon as that starts, I'll let you know what units he's queued up.
Nothing.
Nothing yet.
Mr. Map. Well, the score is 1-0 to Bully, but Blast was eating dinner, so we are kind of watching some other games in the meantime. At the moment, after this one is done, then we go back to the main series. This is kind of a diversion.
A short diversion because we didn't want to leave people sitting and watching nothing. It's not a super long game, this one. We're at +1 speed. We'll go back to the finals pretty soon.
So Blinchik is about to arrive at the second HQ to reclaim, but Blast is a lot later. And actually, Blinchik has a frigate there. So if you don't know, that frigate can ground attack that reclaim power, and it's gonna
Yeah.
slowly damage it. Which he isn't doing right now, but it is very valuable if you do that. It takes a lot of time to get value, but it's worth it. A single frigate is only, what is it, 250 mass?
Yeah.
A little bit higher than that. So you can easily like deny like 600 reclaim from that with the ground
Blast's frigate is murdering engineers right now. There is absolutely no mercy at all. He got a little bit confused there and started shooting the naval yard, but his heart was in the right place.
Yeah, he had NG priority, but it was targeting one of the worst possible targets.
Tech 2 mechs for Blinchik already finished. One as well for Blast in the same place.
Okay, seems like Blast is going subs only mode. As Seraphim, a bit of an abuse there, but...
Why are Seraphim subs the best subs?
They used to be the same as every other sub, but because of the torpedo rework, their torp defense is now so much stronger that, you know, it's hard to... Let's say you send one destroyer into 10 Tech 1 subs of any other faction, and the destroyer cucks them. Like an Aeon destroyer, let's say. But the Sarah destroyer kills... The Sarah subs kill the destroyer.
I mean, if you are going up against Sarah subs and you got frigates, Aeon frigates are the best frigates to have, right?
That is true, yes.
I
mean, the weakness is it's hard to raid with the subs on this.
Blinchik could be in danger with his ACU, but...
Nah, he's not.
He'll just be able to get out of the water if the subs come for him.
Like, he will, at the most, let's say, if all of the subs shoot at him at once, he will take like 3-4k damage at most. And then he should be fine. Tech 2 Navy started from Blinchik, but these subs are coming for him, and he doesn't have a lot of build power to make torp defense. Like, these subs are an actual danger for his main production.
There is an arty drop going top left.
Oh, I like that.
There's
only
really
one
nice
engineer there for Blast, wow.
I will just use the map to keep an eye on that one. Let's use the map, everybody, whilst we watch this raid on the main base here.
The raid should be dealt with. There was a quick enough reaction to make the torp launcher, plus Blinchik can kind of abuse the subs by emerging them from the water into the factory so they can't take damage, but it's a bit of an abuse. I mean, it's not a banned abuse, it's just some weird gameplay thing.
You could definitely be doing a lot more damage with these, but they're kind of just a little bit idle there.
It's a fervor drop, so it's not that strong. Fervors are kind of retarded. But he denies this for a bit. Another archer drop on the right side. I would have liked some more non-arty units, because as Aeon, it's a bit weird. Let's see the T2 max count actually. 4 for Blast. Blinchik has way more eco. But one max is actually dying to a frigate in front of his base.
Well, those fervors are actually going to get in.
Ooh. The fervors are doing sick damage. I didn't realize. I thought they would die faster. And all of a sudden, Blast seems kind of fucked. There's a T2 sub that is not breaking through the Tech 1 subs. But the moment the second T2 sub is, I think it will be able to.
Well, those Tech 1 subs are gonna be given a move order. They're going to break off and retreat. Tech 1 bombers rallied in to try and deal with the fervors.
But look at the eco. 90 income to 35 for Blast.
Yeah,
Blinchik is on 13 T2 maxes. He just went all in on T2. And Blast, because he went for so many subs, he can't really deal with it.
Yeah, and he needs to make those subs pay off right now. Otherwise, like he's done.
Blast has 6k mass in Tech 1 subs, but they're being chased away by 2k mass in Tech 2 subs. And the eco disparity is enormous.
Potential proxy for Blinchik on the top left. Well, here's the subs, and one tech 2
Blintchick
sub
suicided.
crushed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have higher range, but in a straight-up battle, Tech 1 subs kinda beat every other sub in the game. They always have. This might cause Blintchick to lose, unironically. He couldn't really afford to lose that, because...
But he doesn't have any naval units left.
There's a destroyer coming from Blast. Yeah, he loses another Tech 2 sub, he just idles it. And he has 2 torp launches, but 2 is not enough. Well, Blintchick maybe just... Blintchick is floating with 2k mass. He just completely over-ecoed, I think. 1 destroyer is done, but I think it's too late. Funnily enough, he has some Tech 1 arties that are helping in Navy fights.
They are crushing the frigates.
He does kinda hold here. There's a big air fight, which seems pretty much like a draw. He did defend here, but the destroyer from Blast should be able to kill quite some mexes. Like the T2 mexes at the front, very greedily made. I'm surprised Blast didn't go second cruiser to kill all the T2 mexes at the bottom right corner. Look at that in the air HQ from Blintchick!
Where's the air HQ?
Right. What the fuck is the position? And the destroyer from Blast kinda gets trapped. He submerges it to escape, but it might still die.
I don't think he's going to escape. Oh, the last torpedo.
Close.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Here's the second destroyer. But Blintchick has double the eco, and that proxy that we saw earlier is about to pay off.
Oh my god.
That is going to absorb loads of Blast's APM for a while there. He doesn't have gun or anything on that ACU. There's no units anywhere to support. It's going to be another drop here into the middle island, so loads of pressure.
I feel like there would have been a way for Blast to make this work, because Blintchick suicided 3 Tech 2 subs. So Blast had like 15 Tech 1 subs, some frigates, and a destroyer versus like 1 destroyer and 4 frigates. But Blast just went for the Tech 1 top defenses from Blintchick, and he lost everything, and Blintchick got all the reclaim.
There's no way Blast can afford this many engineers.
Nah, he's stalling big time.
That's mad.
It's completely over here, I think. Like, I think he should have gone second cruiser, just scanned the main entrance of Blintchick, and the cruiser would have killed all the outside T2 Maxes. He could have killed like 10 T2 Maxes, I think, from Blintchick, and that would have evened it out.
We've got another naval engagement here. It's going well for Blast. There's only 1 destroyer left, and it's actually low health. No destroyer focus, though, on the destroyers.
Will he kill this one? Nope. Did he lose intel on it? He did? Oh, he doesn't even know it's a destroyer. It's just an unscattered blip. But with the torp bombers, I think he just has not enough mass to invest into trying to win this.
He's going to try and trade destroyers in the base here, but all the reclaim is going to be going to Blintchick, and Blast calls GG.
In a small choke point like this, it's very hard for Sand destroyers to be properly microed to dodge enemy shots.
G. Okay, let's go jump into the other game, which is already hosted. That's a win for Blintchick, and with his superior eco there.
I never left the game.
You never left? I did.
I never left.
And
nice background.
the stream can't see that. Only you can see that. But for everybody else, there is no meme. It's just my desktop background. Okay, that's it. Okay, play. Bully Blast Season 2, Game 2. I'm joining.
So, we had a little bit of a break from the finals because Blast was eating. So, it's a best of 5 and Bully is up 1-0.
Okay.
So this will be the second game. Sorry for the small interruption.
So we took a short break from the Bully versus Blast final. This is the finals of the tournament. We took a break because the players wanted to have a quick food break. So we also just decided to watch a replay on a map we hadn't seen before.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
I'm saying exactly the same you're saying because when you're talking, sometimes I'm fiddling around with like 6 different things on 3 different screens and I don't pay attention. All right. I'm trying to be helpful. Blast, get in the game. We're ready.
Go, go, go. Pause reason.
Pause reason? Is Blast going to play random faction again?
Did he play that previously?
I think we need to keep a good eye on it because somebody asked in the chat and I actually didn't know the answer. Oh.
I didn't see whether he swapped his faction.
Yeah, I think that was random.
Then gets Aeon. Aeon versus GF, nice matchup.
Okay, so this is going to be the second game of our best of 5. In the yellow, Aeon, purging the galaxy of all the non-believers. It's going to be Blast here, left. And if we zoom over all of the reclaim in the middle, of which there is a very large amount, to the right-hand side, with a sad face, that's going to be Bully. He's playing in green EF.
Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out right now. There was an arrow pointing at Blast, but
yeah, get him, boys.
I think it disappeared before.
Blast is actually crippled. His legs are on backwards there. That's very unfortunate.
I hope he draws. Zoom out again. You're missing.
I'm missing the action. Yeah, the players can actually write stuff directly to the audience and everybody watching without the other player knowing now because they have access to the draw button with the on right click.
So that on the right side, we have the painter, Bully. The drawy. Now it's 2 different meanings.
There's a nice little Sim City of P-Gens he's queued up here. Double air.
Yeah, so the map is Certis. It's quite a nice map. Aside from the early game, it's very raid heavy. I don't really like it. If you get past the early game, I think it's very good, but because you only have like 6 safe maxes in your main base early game, and the other maxes, like from Blast perspective, all of this you should eventually get, but they're kind of easy to raid. Like a single bomber or some labs that gets through, they can do a lot of damage and it can snowball quite badly. And I've definitely never rage quit when that happens.
Which tournament did you raid quit in?
None. I told you it never happened.
Never happened, ever.
Never.
You know, FAF replays are a thing and you're unable to delete them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I will search the wiki and Certis Major and I will find the... No.
I played a 1v1 versus Jacked like 2 weeks ago, and I figured he would go for a quick bomber, so I went for a quick inti, and I just forgot to lock his bomber, and he killed like 3 expanding engineers, and he just left out of sadness.
Brutal.
Like, I made the counter, and he just ignored me, and it made me so upset. Anyway, very much fast expansion from Bully, by the way. Like, his engineer's already going there. Meanwhile, Blast is...
Well, he's about to get raided here, though. This flare can potentially do a bunch of damage because there's no tank out yet.
It's a decent raid, but
yo,
nice
we got the build block. Yo, very nice.
And he does lose it. It's a nice raid, but it's not the best because killing engineers right next to a factory is not that important. But I'm not sure where Blast is going. Why he's going back to the left instead of going to the center. But I'm kind of curious what Blast is doing because he didn't expand to his maxes and Bully did, and that is a big deal. Like that is a huge deal. Bully is massively ahead on expansion. Blast has 2 inties versus nothing from Bully. Bully made nothing.
Let's check out
Like,
how
no
much
air.
they know. So some nice scouting from Blast. Absolutely nothing. No scouting information at all for Bully. He has no clue what's going on. Both players opting for this cliff build. Pretty
yeah,
nice.
the cliff build is the standards. It's honestly the last time I don't remember when is the last time I didn't see someone do it. Like also this cliff build is as common as can be. But, although Blast is not doing it, I guess.
It's so common that Blast doesn't know.
It's common enough to see it almost in every single game, which we see in this game.
You got caster cursed, is what you did. You said it was really common, and that means it stops happening.
And a nice bomber from Blast. Gonna kill 3 engineers. And another quick drop. He's gonna micro it. Oh, he got the drop off. That's worth it. 6 engineers. Again, not expanding engineers. That is a big difference, but still.
This engineer pickup here, big deal, by the way.
Yeah, like, the main difference is that Bully secured the top super easily, and Blast is just somehow so late to that. I feel like maybe it's because Blast focused more on air, but then just didn't really use it. He has like 8 inties to Bully's 3. He is making bombers finally to make use out of it, but Blast SU had to move to the bottom to stop the raids happening, while Bully's gonna move to mid, and he has a factory with arties planned, so Bully will be able to get the reclaim of the Quantum Gateway, or even better, he will capture the Quantum Gateway and make Rambo Boys.
Make a Rambo Boy, that is the plan.
Make a Random Boy.
You might not win the tournament doing that, but you do get amazing style points for it. Which is worth far more, let's be real here.
Let's be real.
Tech 2 land upgrade started. Yeah, play of the game. Where is that Tech 2 land upgrade? I don't see it.
I don't know how much E you need to capture something. Like, let's say a building is costs 1k E to build. Is it also 1k E to capture? I think it's less.
I think it's cheaper. I think it's cheaper to capture it, but it takes forever.
Because I just checked, the Quantum Gateway costs 30,000 energy, which is basically a little more than a gun upgrade. So it's definitely possible to do it. The thing is, realistically, you won't be able to defend it. Like, you have to do that and then build a boy from it. Like, but is there some world where you somehow can do that? I would love to actually see it in a proper tournament game. I feel like it's incredibly unrealistic, though. I mean, it definitely is. Let's be real. So I'm not sure why Bully is reclaiming the gateway instead of shooting it. If he keeps shooting it, he will get a vet eventually. And the free vet is nothing to be laughed at.
Yeah, shooting does more damage, right? Shooting this will do more damage. Actually, no, reclaim does more damage than shooting, but...
No, it doesn't. It depends on the target. In this case, Quantum Gateway is a lot more build power to make, so shooting is more efficient. But a Hydro, I think reclaiming is more efficient.
I learn something every day.
But disregarding that, shooting will get you vet, and reclaiming wounds get you vet.
There's still no anti-airs in Bully's mix, by the way, and he's been getting bombed for quite some time.
These bombers... the bombs aren't being the best. I guess they kind of get shut down because Blast is not protecting them whatsoever. And the bombers just decided to chill next to each other.
Here is the Tech 2 Land HQ. It's currently idle.
Ooh. That's very good timing. He's about to finish his tech to pigeon the moment he starts reclaiming the
Yeah,
cosmic gateway.
that's big brain, that is. And
But
Blast?
Blast misses out on it. Like, Bully gets all the mid-mass, and Blast had to abandon the bottom. Like, the PD gets overwhelmed. The bombers are helpful, but does Blast? Blast doesn't even have Tech 2 yet. Somehow his start was really fucked, and I'm not even sure what happened. He just didn't. Like, he has some raids at the top going, which seems very nice, but I feel like the damage will be limited.
He did manage to get some of the reclaim in the middle, though, but he's paid for that with half his health bar.
Yeah.
There is a nice raid in the back by Blast here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No. I didn't know.
If my team would like to zoom out and stop looking at their base.
Team.
Team. These pillars are going to kill it, though, I think. Pretty easily. This is only Auroras. They've taken so long to get there because they're so slow that the pillars have arrived.
No, at least they will kill one pillar. Maybe? Are they?
Please!
No? The pillar will vet, I think. Yeah, it did.
That is terrible. That's a big L for the Aeon right there.
Look at these Tech 1 bombers from Blast being annoying, but Blast never fought air, by the way. He just sends in his Tech 1 bombers to die, and Bully just kills them eventually. And
he does have more
Blast,
air, right?
There's a single tank.
Yeah, he does have two more. It's close, but he's got two more.
I mean, this is the real issue, though. There's nothing there. And remember what I said at the start about how this is a good map if people like probably get the expansions, but Blast didn't, so now he's cooked.
He does have his own T2, but is that a Tech 1 bomber snipe on the AC? No, it's failed horribly. He's going to send his inties here. Both inties just idling in blobs right next to each other. Well, they're going to fight. They're going to auto fight without any input.
It should be a draw, or as close to a draw as possible. There's some flex from Boulet that will impact it, though. Reclaim-wise, Blast is on 9k, Bully is on 16k. It's quite a difference.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And I don't think there's any stopping this main push from Bully.
I mean, streaming in Auroras like this is definitely not going to stop it.
Blast is on 1 blaze. Bully is on 30 pillars. And he actually made arties and shields and flak with his army.
I think we're about to see a depression.
Yeah, Blast is not having a good game here.
Blast, go all in on Mercies. I believe in you.
Somehow I don't believe. Like the last game, I think before his suicidal push, I think Blast was in a decent position there. But this game, he just got fucked straight from the start. Like he kind of lost on everything.
He went for gun range as well first. With this upgrade here. But he's got so little health. It's going to be a game. Okay. It's going to be GG right there.
There's no way for him to win this. I completely agree. Like 30 pillars against 1 blaze. That is... You can spawn 15 obsidians for Blast, and I think he's still losing hard. And that's a big army for this stage in the game, 15 obsidians.
Maybe that's what we need. We need a tournament where the casters can just spawn in armies to balance the game.
Spawn in the mercies.
Yeah. That would be quite funny, actually. As long as you spend the same amount of mass, like, even it out. Okay. Let's remove the score. We'll jump back to the next game. It is a best of 5, so there is one more game to play.
What, are you assuming Blast will lose again? One more game to play?
There's at least one more game to play.
There's 3 more games to play, in fact.
Really? If it's a best of 5? You have a lot of faith there. I wish I had your positive mental attitude.
Don't worry, I'm in the process of bribing the players.
Yeah,
make it the best of
let's bribe a small amount for go into the game. Let's bribe Bully to throw a mat. No, that's bannable. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's definitely not allowed. That's not allowed.
Blast X stop as random again.
What a monster. What a monster.
By the way, Blast on Emerald Crater usually is a fucking treat. At least half of his games on this map are 40 minutes long and they're a complete shit show. I kid you not. Every tournament I see Blast play this map, it is a disaster for both players, which is perfect.
Okay, then. This is going to be the third game of the series. Randoming UEF. Right? No, it's Bully who's been random. Bully who's been
Blast
random.
randoms.
Blast's random.
Blast random. I think Wooly picked, but maybe he... Well, I actually didn't see what he did. I just know that Blast X up is random. Yeah, like I told you, like Wooly fucking knows Blast on Emerald's Crater. It's not a quick game whatsoever.
I am definitely hyped for a 2-hour game. Like, let's see a Mavor.
20-minute game I'm playing. Blast is not really motivated. That is a big issue for him.
He needs press the roach button. Let's go. So playing in Cybran, Green Cybran today on this bottom little, I want to say an island, but it's actually all land. There's no water on this map. It's going to be Bully. He is up 2-0 in the series so far. And randoming yellow UEF. It's Blast up here. He is going second air. Bully, he's also going second air after Hydro, so very similar.
Yeah, this map is... you don't get a lot of mass here.
It's a poverty map.
You have 6 maxes in your main base and no reclaim. Like a few trees and that's it. So... basically, the early game is kind of a slop fest. Well, I don't really like it too much. But the moment you kind of finished your most important expansions and you kind of secured a bit, that's when the fun starts. Because everything is super open to raids. You can see Bully opens with 2 labs.
Yeah, that's nice.
Which I like. Blast again opening for a quick tank. I don't know why. Well, I know why. He's gonna protect his engineer with it against the raids. But I would have liked him to make his own labs because he's UEF. And UEF on this map has the best labs. Period.
Rare UEFW right there.
Not that rare. Well, rare if you ask FTX, I guess, but for a normal player, not that rare. Like, UEF labs are the fastest labs, they're the cheapest labs. So you just make a few and send them everywhere and be annoying with them.
It's 2 minutes and 50 seconds to get, so it's like 3 minutes to get to these expansions. Surely a transport at that point is more efficient, right?
A transport rush is extremely common on this map. The question is, you can't just stay in base and make a transport, because you have to transport kinda over here or over here. That's where you want to drop your transport. And you still have to make all the other maxes. So you might as well send a random engineer, hope it doesn't get raided, and then you don't need to send the transport there, because you have like 6 or 7 places all over the map, and it's a 20x20 map to drop. So that is why you just send the engineers regardless.
So this interceptor here is almost going to run into this bomber perfectly, even though it was not scouted at all. Oh yeah, it must have been. It was locked. It was locked. Okay, it was locked already. Nice pickup. Yeah.
What rhymes with blast?
The mast of a ship.
There needs to be some StarCraft level copy pasta where it's like that rhymes with blast. Like spam this something ass to root for blast, something like that. You know what I mean? And I don't know what rhymes with it.
Is there any
Derps or-
is there any FAF unit in the game that rhymes with blast? Someone in the chat will know.
But it should be an emote as well.
We need a roach emote, you know? I feel like we definitely need a roach emote.
Like in StarCraft, there was this Mexican player. Was he Mexican or something? And his name was like Juanito or something, and it was spam this Dorito to support
Oh yeah, I
Juanito.
remember that.
And it was like just that, nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess Blast proved me wrong. He defended against the raids with his tank. His Inti scout killed the bomber. No transports out yet. But Blast is quicker to mid with his engineers. And as you can see, even though the engineers just walk there, they will eventually get the expansions. And there's a transport planned for Bully. None for Blast yet. But this is why I would like to see UEF always make a few laps. Like bottom left, bottom right for Bully. Completely undefended. You could have easily made a random lap, just send it to AFK in the corner on the max, and it would kill the engineer.
Apparently
And as
Zlo
UEF,
dropped
it's
like
very easy to do.
80,000 mass. That's the new credits for the Half Live channel. You know, you can bet on the games on Twitch. He dropped 80,000, so he's very confident.
Time to bankrupt him.
Yeah, bankrupt Zlo for all the suffering he put people through with his bombers. Get him.
Blast is
The
it's gonna get
Mantis?
his factory in mid online, and maybe Bully's engineer will get. I mean, I'm a bit biased rooting for Blast because I want this to be a.
Yeah.
I don't want this to be a sweep. So
Let's go, Blast. Let's go.
Let's go. Mantis at the top right from Bully will probably eventually pick up that engineer. Although there's a bomber on it.
Bomber is locked, so he might get away with that.
But the mid is gonna be raided. Like this tank in mid picked up the engineer.
Yeah.
There's a factory mid from Blast, and just having that factory there is such a big deal. Because the reinforcement time otherwise is so long. Well, like now Bully has to send a new engineer there, and it's gonna take like 3 minutes to arrive.
Yeah. He's actually going for an aggressive drop with his transport up here.
Yeah, that is relatively common as well. Because it's so hard to defend these sides. You can just randomly drop engineers to take it for yourself.
So, ACU movement right now looks like this. Fairly standard, I guess.
Let's see, tank count, 26 tanks for Blast. Bully has 25 Mantis, so it's exactly even. The engineer was actually saved at the top right.
That was a nice save. And he's going to get all of the inties for his trouble, actually.
He will. And there's a tank at the bottom left from Blast. Right now, it seems like Blast is actually doing a bit better than Bully.
Let's
go,
Blast.
Not a huge margin, but his expansion seems a bit more secured. His ACU was a bit fast. He's got a factory done while Bully's only halfway. It's only like small advantages, but they add up. Or they could add up.
Looks like we're going to get kind of a skirmish over here. Where the main fight's going to be for now. Kind of hard to see what Blast can do with these tanks, because there are PDs at all of the kind of mix locations.
True, but he doesn't necessarily know about that. Let's go into his POV. He does know about the PD, actually.
He does.
He's having a pretty efficient trade here, because he's kind of defeating in detail Bully.
Half the units were moles. That's partly why, I think.
I see. Like, he shouldn't be donating too much, but it's kind of fine. Bully drops the top right the moment Blast Intis move away.
Oh.
That is unfortunate timing. So Bully should be able to secure that for quite some time. That's a lot of build power. He should be able to like make a PD and an AA. And until we see Tech 2 in the field eventually, I think Bully will be able to secure the top right expansion. This tank is AFK. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
A real opportunity going begging here.
That's a big misplay, I'd say. Like, 3 maxes, 3 technical maxes doesn't feel like a lot. On this map, it's a lot. That's like if Bully has those 3 maxes, that's what is it, 15% of his total max count or something?
Big opportunity to steal the technology with the 3 engineers
Steal
to
the
1. Let's go. I don't think it's even worth it. Like, what would you even make at this point? I don't think you would.
Well, at this point, nothing. But it is a huge. He basically will shit on his opponent.
Tech 2 shields for your brick army is what you would make, right?
Oh, true.
That
yeah.
would be
Oh,
brutal.
yeah,
Yeah, let's
like
go.
way later in the game, that's gonna be huge. And eventually the Fat Boy rush. Fat Boys on this map, I can't imagine that. Never seen a T4 here before.
This air fight is a bit messy, let's say, for both players. Neither really realized they were having an air fight until half the inties were dead. But that's definitely going to go Blast's way.
Okay, let's see if he's... Okay, Blast finally made his own transport. Actually, no, that's the second one. Actually, this little area here got raided. I guess the PD never got online. He made a radar, but...
These units stopped chasing, which is exactly what happens to me when I try and defend a raid.
Oh no, he drops the engineers and they will instantly
straight into the Mantis.
He's gonna reclaim the Mantis?
Reclaim them! He's not. Gonna try and pick them back up.
No.
Land on the Mantis, crush them. No?
He can make a ghetto with his labs.
That would be a great idea, actually. Do it! Do it!
Okay, Blast does know about the top right. He just had a bomber there. Yeah. Issue is the bottom left. So Blast is has 1 versus 3 corners, which is a bit of a downside right now. But he is winning mid though. Bully has no maxes in mid. Blast has 4. Also on the right side, Blast is raiding as well. Although Bully once again kills this expansion here. Well, not once again, but just like the left expansion now kills the right one. Blast lost 4 maxes in his main base to 1 Mantis.
No.
I mean, I guess they can be easily rebuilt, but it's still like a couple hundred mass of income he will lose. And he stopped chasing the Mantis.
It's just too much going on. If you look at his view, there's just stuff everywhere. Like,
and there's some jesters out from Bully now, which are farming value, even though Bully just lost air earlier. Like, Bully is being a menace with these Mantis.
Yeah, he's bullying Blast right now.
He is.
The eco is creeping in Bully's favor. It's 30 to 50 right now in mass income. It's a real shame that this tank wasn't able to capitalize on that because that corner went... And there's no... Oh, there is. There's 1 Lobo in this mix, but... I'm going to arrive a little bit late.
I think the main reason why Blast is behind right now is because he didn't build PDs in those 3 max expansions. And Bully did. Yep. So Bully built PDs in both of them, and Blast was unable to rate it because there's PDs and he only had tanks, and Bully just killed it with a few units. And that's a big deal. There's Tech 2 air on the field from Blast. There's some Stingers, and Stingers on this map are really good, in my opinion, because of how fast they are. There's no Tech 2 from Bully on the map. I mean, you need air control, but Bully has a lot of production on air actually, so I feel like he will win air back. And Blast is kind of getting overwhelmed in a lot of areas right now because he probably is mass stalling hard. He is. So he just is able to build less units. The Bully is queuing up random AAs next to the ACU, which is smart. Probably scouted the Tech 2 air. Yeah, he did.
He did scout it, yeah.
So he knows something might be up. And it's hard to do an ACU snipe with Stingers. But they are good at just raiding and being super annoying. But Bully wins mid. Slowly but surely. He just has way more units. And he has 90 Mantis compared to 55 Strikers. And it used to be the same a few minutes ago.
There's actually a nice little concave here, but I don't think that's going to be enough to win the war. Nope. Bully maneuvers his way out of it, and then he kills this as well. That was a nice raid.
Okay, he does kill 1 expansion. That is a very important win, but he lost mid in the meantime. So his main base is kind of getting overwhelmed. It is a bit of a machination. I don't think this is that bad for Blast. The issue is, I don't think he will have air at all. But I think he should be trying to clean up these bully locations. Like the top right, can easily clean it up with his gunships, but he's not doing it. And those are important things to do. Very important, I'd say.
Bully is now also making.
Stingers,
Bully's also making Tech 2 gunships right now.
Yeah, he has way more energy production.
Well, gunships are going to the right. This gunship's coming to the left to secure this. Bully is doing a mass scout right now. Look at his scouts. He's doing a big scout to see what's going on. He does see where Blast's air is.
Blast only has half the air of Bully. It's 50 to like 28 inties. The top right will get cleaned up. I don't think Bully is gonna try to save it. Although I hope the gunships will focus the Sky Slammer.
They will not.
You will lose a gunship then to it.
UEF probably? Unit priority is top notch, best in the galaxy.
I think he right-clicked the factory or something.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Factory crushed. All we just need to do is spawn in some mercies here and here and here. That will even the game perfectly, I would say.
Listen, for every guy that does 5 gift subs, we spawn in mercies in those locations.
Yeah. Start donating, boys. That's how we're gonna do this tournament. Can you imagine? You donate and then we just spawn in units.
Instead of a pay-to-win game, it's a pay-to-win tourney.
Yeah.
And if you, it's like farming donations.
Look at this sneaky.
God. Oh, that's
little factory
annoying.
up there.
Look, he's using the stingers to drop.
Let's go. That's very nice. We are dropping Tech 1 engineers with stingers. Not even a bad move. Let's go.
That's big.
This army here can definitely get cleaned up by stingers.
Those stingers are what's keeping Blast in the game right now. They are being pretty efficient, cleaning up these units. And he needs it. Although this fight at the bottom left is not so well for
that's a very good result for Bully down here.
By the way, this game is a good example of Blast doesn't have air control, and he didn't have it for the last like 4 minutes. But his stingers are still having lots of value. Like some of them have 500 mass kills. Like
Bully doesn't know though. Bully doesn't know that he's got air control. It is in fact, let's have a look. 50 total to 70 total. Oh.
Let's see the mass income. 59 to 45. So Blast kinda got back into the mass income game a little bit. But Bully now is making his 4th T2 max. Well, Blast is on 0.
Yeah, Blast is not going to find that factory at all, is he? He's just going to keep wondering how Bully gets round and steals that mech space. He's never going to find the factory.
Or is he? He's moving to intercept it. He barely doesn't see it.
It's so close. That's so unfortunate for him. Yeah, well.
So right now, it seems like Bully decided to make some plays with his gunships. And he's every right to do so. Honestly, Blast keeps making more stingers. I don't think he should. Bully abandons this army again. Bully is just too scared to engage, which is Blast's saving grace here.
Thing is,
Feels like 800
rushing.
units for free again.
Thing is crushing. Let's go.
G2 lands out for Bully right now. First the Rhinos on the field, minute 19. I guess it's been out for a minute.
Blast also
Oh,
has
yes.
pillars in this kind of a maneuver, where he's sending his.
Oh, that's just HQ, okay.
So they're
That's
going
where he makes
to
his pigeon, okay.
they're going to have a T2 fight down here, and everything else is going to be just peasants fighting with Tech 1.
Just peasants.
Yeah, just villagers, the whole rest of the map.
I would really like for Blast to like split up his gunships and like send like one gunship like to raid here, one gunship to raid here, and just be just annoying with that stuff.
There's no anti-air in those bases, so slow bombing with gunships is totally viable. Did he find the factory?
Yeah. Let's go to his PvP.
That's a big win.
Did.
A big win
finally.
there.
The engineer is being chased by a tank as well. I think he locked it. Yeah, the engineer finally does. But the tank is shooting the ground. Can the engineer reclaim it?
No.
It's in reclaim range, I think. Let's go Bully POV. Yeah, you can reclaim it. No, that's fucked. Yeah, it's dying.
No. Well, that will immediately get all of the other the strikers to be rallied in.
Take revenge, man.
Yeah. The gunships here are currently undefended.
Look at this. Look at this.
Is that a T3 Mex?
He was making four. No, it's not. But he was making all 4 storages at once.
You shift G'd it then, I guess.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Game is kind of stabilized map control wise, but the eco is not even right now. Bully is a long way ahead.
Yeah, Bully.
We also have a ghetto gunship, by the way, on the right hand side.
Yo, he could be loading those labs into the Stingers. The Stingers are about to run out of fuel. He needs to refuel them.
How many out of fuel inties? 30 out of fuel interceptors.
Oh my god.
That's a big yikes. He can't use the interceptors to deal with this run by here either, because there's flax and they will tear his poor Stingers apart. Are we going to get...
as well. These locations, they're still not fully built.
Oh, that's really sad.
Like, the raids got dealt with a long time ago. The Stingers are now out. They're starting to get out of fuel.
They're so slow.
They have done a lot for him, but right now, Bully is 6 capped T2 maxes in his main base. Blast is on 3 maxes.
So the Renegades are now a very long away from their interceptor support, and he might fly into flax here if he's not careful. They could definitely be picked off by interceptors. He can see them. He just doesn't know where the inties are. Okay, that opportunity is going to be closing right now. Well, we are past the 20-minute mark. If we look back in the chat, 20 minutes game running, so surpassing his own expectation, but he is a long way back on mass income, unfortunately.
The gunship go back to the right side, and there's no flex there at all.
Did he refuel them? He did not refuel them. Oh, yes, he did. He's got an air staging right here. There we go.
He does, but it takes some time to refuel all the things he has. Oh, actually, he did refuel the gunships. Yeah, you're right.
That's a nice move.
Not the inties, though. Big engagement at the bottom. There's a lot of riders from Bully, though. And they're kind of stacked nicely. Not enough arties to properly deal with them. So he should be able to win this battle. And now that Blast moves all his air to the left, Bully is moving on the right to once again raid all the maxes. And that's kind of the move that Blast should be doing. Because his gunships are better at it than Bully's gunships. Because they're faster and they're cheaper. but Bully's the one doing it.
Yeah, splitting up these gunships like this is. Oh no, that was the two ghettos there. They got taken down.
That's a bit sad.
He's gonna lose a few here to this Inti ball. No, he primaried the scouts. That's unfortunate. Like he's working. He's microing his army on the bottom left, but he's losing like random mexes everywhere to this single gunship split. Gonna get an air merge here. And potentially going for Blast's ACU on the left.
Does he have any AAs? Well, yes, he has some flags.
Got flags. There's no static
but
in his base, so none.
the issue is they're mobile flags, and it's very easy to accidentally move them away. And then he won't have them there anymore.
This raid is gonna get denied, I think, by raid. No, it's gonna be a bit too fast. If they're moving far enough, they'll actually be able to outrun the rhinos. Nice Tech 1 bomber annoyance here. Kills all the mexes in that expansion.
Oh yeah.
That's actually quite nice. A Blast is now down 2-1.
The slow bombers. Ooh, yeah, that does not look good. Bully is... look at Bully's SU. Imagine all of a sudden the gunships from...
yeah, get him,
exactly.
boys!
Well,
get him!
There's a radar here and a radar here, so you won't be able to...
He can see the inties. That's the best thing. With his radar, he can see the inties, so he can feel like immunity. Like he doesn't, like he knows when the inties are moving. So Blast.
Yeah, he's just using this time to get home. Starting T3. Yeah, wow. I guess he feels very confident here.
Is it Bully?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he is on 100 eco, so I guess that's viable. He's going to run by with all of his units here. Guess he can do this. How many flags does he have in here? None. So this is vulnerable to air, the top group. Bottom, not so
nice
much.
Pillar drop at the bottom left, but there is a PD to deal with it, so...
That's unfortunate.
He sniped the radar!
Get him. Yeah. This is potentially the game move here.
Oh, look at the gunships from Bully! Look at the gunships from Bully!
It's going to be a massacre!
Oh, he barely saved them, but half of them are almost dead. And the Inties... Okay. He kind of saved this. However, Blast loses both pigeons.
Here here's the air fight. I'll keep both on the screen here.
Oh no!
Oh, that's a big crush.
Look at the gunships on the right from Blast. He's going where he thinks Bully is, but Bully left. He could actually go for Bully's ACU, but he doesn't know. By the way, Blast is about to die himself.
Yeah, the tanks from Bully actually focused the flax, I think, there. So the gunships can come in. That's going to be GG. That's going to be a sweep 3-0 for the tournament. There was no ACU here on the right-hand side. Blast calls GG. That's going to be game over. It's a decisive 3-0 win there for Bully.
Oh my god, Bully had the T3 max.
He has a T3 max. Look at the greed on this man.
I think a lot of this game came down to Blast, like I said, not making those PDs and those expansions, and they kept getting raided by Mantis.
Yeah, he got punished really hard for not defending those. Mind you, Bully he lost his PDs in this base a few times, so...
Yeah, he did, but it was mostly later on when he was already ahead. Like, at some point, Bully has 42 maxes and Blast at 0, I think. And then he just kept snowballing with that. The Stingers were pretty good, but they didn't quite do enough here.
Just not quite able to do enough to bring it back.
That's a bit unfortunate, but I guess congrats to Bully for sweeping in the finals.
Yeah, well done, Bully. Bullying everybody. We'll take a quick look at the bracket. I don't know if it'll be updated yet. It's not quite updated yet, but you'll be able to see here that Bully is going to 3-0 Blast here for the finals. Third place will be between Banani and Blinchik for the third place down there, but that won't happen today because neither of the players are ready. They're not available to see it. Any thoughts on the players there?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the tournament channel. I've lost it. What was gonna be next map? I guess next one was gonna be Wonder Open and then Point of Reason. Oh, Point of Reach, sorry.
Point of Reach would have been really nice to see, actually.
That would have been a nice game, yeah. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Congrats, Slow. Yeah, congrats to Slow.
Did he win? Did he win all the channel points?
Shout out to Slow.
Shout out to Slow for gambling responsibly and winning all of the points there. Well done. What a beast. I was supposed to look at the comm explosion, apparently. Well, you can see it right here. All right. You want to see the comm explosion? All right. Hold on. There you go. All right. There it is. There's the roundness of the comm explosion, and this is the nipple of the comm explosion right here. Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah. Boom, baby!
Boom, baby! He's dead.
He is a bit right though, but
yeah, well, we didn't need to zoom right in. You know what a comm explosion looks like. I'll keep that in mind for next time, okay? All right, that's going to call it for today. That is officially, I think, the most viewed FAF stream that we've done, right? We're currently at 150 something viewers, so normally it's is there more? Does it go to like 200?
Yeah.
Or during lots? Question mark?
Well, it depends which lots.
Okay. It's not a bad amount of people watching for such a small community. I'll take it. I think it's pretty good.
Should take this for granted.
Exactly. Okay. Congratulations, Bully. Well done. Looks like all the technical stuff works, so the cast is all good. If you want to watch some FAF meme content, you can check my YouTube channel out. It's TheMemeCommander on YouTube. If you want to watch super high rated play, Farms is like 2,500 rated right now. That's StellarTactician on Twitch. Go and give that a watch. And we'll see you next time there's a tournament.
So I'm just looking at the brackets real quick. Bully dropped one game to Neutron in the quarterfinals. And in the group stage, I think Bully didn't lose a single game.
So does that mean Natron's technically the second best player in the tournament, right? That's how power scaling works.
Oh, Bully lost one game to Banani in their group stage, but he won 2-1. so Banani got one game out of Bully, and then Neutron got one game out of Bully. And the rest, for the rest, he didn't lose any games.
Okay, all good. Do you want to chat to Bully? Do you want to say well done for sweeping the tournament?
I'm not very good at doing interviews, man.
If there was like I feel like if there was a really nice comeback or a really long game, it would be great to like get how they were feeling about it. But the
interview shouldn't depend on that kind of stuff. You should either do it or not. Probably should do it, but
come on then, Bully, jump into the casting chat.
But Bully has to do the interview himself.
Interview yourself, Bully. Get on with it. You can interview yourself in the chat. You can make up the questions. Let me go into Discord. Hold on.
I will ping him because there's delay. We should have a little bit of...
Is it Zwaffle? Is that the right user?
Yeah.
There we go. Welcome, Bully. Congratulations on your 3-0 sweep there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you have a plan going into those maps? Did you practice them?
I did not practice. In fact, I came in today a little rusty, having not played in a week.
I feel like everyone says they're really rusty after demolishing a tournament, though.
Well, look at my first game. My
Okay,
first game versus
Turin.
Natron. I lost my first game against Natron today, so it wasn't the best start. But I managed to do surprisingly well near the end.
I saw that game. I saw how you died. That was you just idle chase you.
No,
Kinda.
I ran it in.
So Mr. Rusty Bully, he only played
Dude, only one game. Okay.
he only played 100 games in the last 2 months. So he's pretty rusty, guys.
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
rusty, I would say.
But weak. Not really in the week. That's what matters.
Cool. I saw your cheeky factory in the top right-hand corner there that kept retaking on that last map. The 3 mexes. That was really annoying for
that was really funny.
That was really annoying for him to deal with. Every time he took it back, dropped some units, made the engineers go there, some other tanks would pop out and kill it. Super annoying.
Yeah, the slow special, I suppose.
I've got a question about your second game against Banani. On what was the map called? It's Forgotten Facilities. Did you think you were cooking yourself there because you were winning hard, but somehow you kept throwing away units and he was making a huge comeback?
I kept thinking, okay, now I go in, now I win the game, because I knew I was ahead basically the entire game. And so I wait 5 minutes while being ahead, and then after those 5 minutes, I think, okay, now I surely have enough to go in. But every time I attack Banani when I have more units, he somehow wins the fight. So the game got a little scary.
Maybe you should have built your own beetles.
Yeah, I realized halfway through, but I'm lazy.
Unironically, those beetles I think are what kept him in the game.
Yeah,
they were insane.
A couple of them killed 5 or 6 rhinos each. It was quite disgusting.
Yikes. And then the beetles in my base blowing up my T2 maxes.
Oh yeah, that was great.
With the stealth, so I can't see them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They were actually sitting there for quite a while before they ran in. They sat there for I don't know, 30, 40 seconds. The move to drop the bricks and go for the power probably won the game for you there.
Yeah, I decided I had to do something to finish him off. So I wanted to drop in his base, but he found the drop, so I dropped the bricks in the water, walked up all the way to the mechs in the corner, and then walked into his base.
I think the worst part about it was those were your first 2 bricks you made, I think.
Yeah.
And you put them in the transport, and you dropped them there, and they basically idled for 5+ minutes. So he forgot about them.
Oh, the ones that went after the water mexes with the torps. Actually,
I didn't forget about them, but they just took a long time getting onto land. And I did walk for the mexes, trying to kill them, but I don't know if there was anything there at all.
Speaking of the top right-hand corner of that map, when you captured those mexes in the top right, they were both 80-90% to T2 when you captured them.
No way.
Yeah, that was a huge loss for him.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
It was brutal.
Maybe that's where my advantage came from. And also, I saw Boom ask in chat, will one of them do the Vina BO? I gotta give a shout out to the Vina BO.
I thought you did that with the edge build there.
Yeah, I learned it from Vina and it worked very well. So props to Vina for teaching me something.
Sadly, he's not amongst us anymore.
He's no longer with us.
A fallen hero.
Yeah, he's moved on to a better place.
So Bully just basically won the tournament because of the Vina BO, right?
Yes.
I think that's kind of...
All my earnings will be going to Vina.
Actually, you can't because he lives in Russia.
Oh yeah, international sanctions. I don't think we can play. I don't think FAF could have paid him anyway, right?
No, I don't think so. I think Russian players can't get paid from the tournaments, which is a little unfortunate, but you can't really do much about it.
Unless you want to fight Trump for the right to send money. Which we could try, but obviously probably not in a military sense. 1v1 in a ring, a couple of FAF players might stand a good chance, I guess.
So have you got anything else to say, Bully? Or
shout out to Hybrid for hosting the tournament.
Thank you, Hybrid,
Shout
for
out
hosting.
to Farm Sledge and Derp for casting the games.
You are welcome.
Yo.
And shout out to Vina for the build order. That is all I have to say. Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
GG, thanks very much.
GG's, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And we'll see you for another tournament another time.
Yeah, I think we can wrap it up here.
Yep, that'll do.
That was the end of the Spring Invitational. Let me just... I don't know if there's another tournament planned. I think Hybrid was talking about some other tournaments in the tournament channel, but they have not been posted on the forums yet. But I have no idea if it's a team game tournament or something else, or 2v2, 4v4. I got no clue, but from what I saw, there is some stuff planned. So I guess if you want to keep up to date, you should pay attention to the tournaments tab on the forums.
Yeah. Let me go to the tournament.
Aside from that, big thanks to the tournament directors. Not only Hybrid, by the way, but also Strider for being a tournament director, and I think Saints as well. Not sure if someone else helped. Sorry if I forget your name.
Yeah, being a tournament director is very much a thankless task. You have to deal with people who don't read the rules, people having silly arguments, people getting upset when they lose. It's
basically me and Derp are having all the fun, and the tournament directors are having to do the wage.
That's right.
They're being a wage slave.
That's exactly how it is. We just get to watch and laugh at all the funny things that happen in the games. We basically get the best outcome here. I don't see there's a no map gen tournament, an under 1100 1v1 tournament, which would be quite funny. Under 1900 1v1 tournament. I don't see.
No, it's not in the tournament thing on the forums. It's not on the forums yet.
Okay.
If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking.
I saw there's a. I'm not sure if I can talk about it. Well, it will be published if it's ready. So like I see some tournament channels, but I don't know if they are like finished tournaments or like proposals to host certain tournaments. But just it will be put on the forums.
Cool. Maybe we'll cast a team.
Today,
maybe a team tournament next would be nice to cast. I do enjoy the team games. It's good.
So thanks everyone for watching.
Yep. Thanks very much, everyone.